statement. You continue with your Akonoba. Akonoba, that thing that he gave you, area. Auction always go to in your face. So all those things, when you have water in place, people will now be cautioned. Understand? There'll be more in that couple.
Brian.
Yes.
Maka na anyị bidoro ikwu okwu nwa nwere ihe nlụtara and achọrọ m isi ọnụ unu be anyị maka ndị anaghị asụ anụ ihe anyị na-ekwu maka ụmụaka nwere patan notice kwa tu ebe ụfọdụ asịghị na ha wụ ndị na-enete ndị ọfan anya na ha wụ ndị na-enete kirikiri ụmụazị anya na ha wụ ụfọdụ nursery school sochezikwu n'ime ịghọtago nche wee wụrụ ndị gbakọrọ aka.
I want you people to understand.
Ọ na-emekwa n'obodo oyibo. So anyị achọrọ ka o mekwa na be anyị o. So ịbụkwalụ ndị na-asị na ha wụ ndị na iwu ndị na ikpo onwe organization of orphanages. Kedu ahụ ebe nwere ebe a na-akpọ
n'oge mbụ na mgbe gboo these orphanage homes adịrị eme exist na be anyị ebe ọ na enwe ụmụazị dịka anya na ụlọ nchekwaba ndị sista convent missionaries bụ na-take care of them ebe a ka a na-enwe those things adịghị enwe crowd of it. So now people now I guess of my people now using it as avenue to source for money. So this time everybody can just wake up and open his or her own ego KG. So these are the things that we're going to put an end to.
Brian, ọ bụrụ na ọsọ ego kwenedi n'ihe a na-ekwuzi okwu ya na ndị ọzọzi ndị omekome ndị na-achọsa ụmụazị na-esite n'aka ndị nwansị na ha wụ organization of ndị na-elekọta ụmụazị anya were abịazi egolu ụmụazị achịkọziala ụmụazị ejibezi obodo mmadụ amara wezelube melivesa ụfọdụ ka eji agwọla ọgwụ ụfọdụ ka eji amịla ọbara wee dozie onwe and so on. So ndị gọọmenti anyị anya ka unu na-enyekwa anya na nke onye ọ na-asịkwa na ya ahụ home of orphanage ma ọkwa na ndị na-eneta kirikiri ụmụazị anya na-eje skuul ụmụazị amara ekwu okwu iluzi ebe anwa n'ụfọdụ obodo etinyechala okpuru ana na okpuru skuulu dị iche iche nwata nne na nna dowezi ụmụ ha ka ha jebe ebe a na-eje akwụkwọ. Ndị omekomewu ndị nkụzi kwutuwu ejezie size n'okpuru ana wee duru ụmụazị ozu jezie ebe parents aghara ama ịghọtago atụrụ unu na ana m ekuzi na ịchafụ
yeah, we understand.
So wee na-agwa ndị gọọmenti anyị ka unu malụ ka unu esi wee mee iwe
so I want to beg for your permission. I want to beg.
So ka ndị gọọmenti anyị malụ ka ha esi mee this thing ka onye si na ya wụkwa organization ndị ụmụazị ndị nke a unu malụ ka unu esi wee mie ka ihe na-eme n'obodo ndị ọzọ ghara imewe ebe anyị. Ụmụaka anyị we have to really wepụtalụ ha anya nye ha the maximum nchekwa ya enye ha ma ndị na-eje akwụkwọ n'ime ebe ndị aka elu odi ụfọdụ na-ebido from arịta wee gbagowe luo aro na bifo ha abaza primary school. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị nne na nna ha nwụrụ anwụ ma na-edobe ebe n'ụlọ ọnụnwa a na-akpọ ụwa kpọrọ ya chọọ m ị na-akpọsi ike ma na-edowezi ụmụazị ebe ahụ ndị omekomewu ndị so ụmụazị kaba na-achọ instead of iche okenye ibebe ịghọtago ha jezie ndị duru ụmụazị from there ọwụzalụ biznes kwazi ọkwa alụ ka ife ahụ. So ka gọọmenti anyị maa ka ha esi nebanye anya n'ibe could something like this ka ọ ghara ime na be anyị ịghọtago ahụhụ na anyị asị oke asị mmadụ na-enyeghị nwa gọọmenti ya ma ka anyị esi na-eje netekwa nwa anwa enyere particular family addition na family enyere nwa nwe nwere nne na nna na that family na-enete nwa anwa anya because ahụ kwa bịa nyechefe ụfọdụ family dị iche iche ha lụkwa ebe ahụ family etinyere na ya meekwa ha ajọ ife ịghọtago. So ana m agwa ndị gọọmenti anyị unu mmadụ ka esi na-ebanye something like this anya maka ọ na-emeri nne na obodo ndị ọcha ọ na-emebi ihe maybe if I actually focus something like this na bang. Enye ewelu nwa nwere nne na nna nye a family. I emerili a way that na government ya na-enejelukwa nwa ahụ anya adịshọ na family ahụ na-eneta nwa ahụ anya. Ịghọtago ka ọ ghara ịwụzi from frying pan to fire. O kwesịrị from frying pan to plate. So na ihe nsị ka nsọ onye n'Igbo. And we should be rounding up because this space has been under attack and people are not being able to come up. I don't know why. And my co-host is gone. So I want to like bring into conclusion all the things we have discussed because we have discussed a lot of things. We have talked to our government because we've told them our heart desire, and this is why USB is fantastic, unlike Nigeria that is a autocratic, terroristic government. Biafra government is a true democratic government where they will listen to the people. Highest, like our MID said, referendum also will be, will be brought up, and people will vote their hearts before the government takes decisions. So it's fantastic. We are excited with our government. So all of us, we can't wait for our government to be here. And this is also why Biafrans all over the world are voting yes, yes, yes to exit Nigeria. So like we said today, so far, I want to just, bring together all what our brothers and sisters said today before we'll close the space. We wouldn't want to see wickedness in our government, sheer wickedness, wickedness, it. That was why we were talking about, making sure our government make good use of the rule Chukwu Okike Abiyama even gave us at the very beginning. And those rules, he also wrote it in our hearts. That's why you're able to do something or you are doing something and something will be telling you, this thing you're doing is not right. This thing you're doing is right. So, you understand? So those rules, God-given rules, Chukwu Okike gave us, is also written in our hearts. And we also pray that our government will also make use of it. And when we use of it, that's where you will not see it in our government. Where you can't do something, another person can do it. You go around and block it. Why won't it be you? That kind of attitude, we don't want to see it in our USB. So like one of our brothers said, therefore, at the end of the day, when our USB comes, a lot of us will go into reorientation to straighten up the way we reason, the way we think, and the way we do our things. We also need even simple education also. And like we were saying, even moral instructions will be, put into our schools. Our people will learn morals. I gave us an example before. So like one of our brothers said, that USB will clean our tears finally. USB will clean our tears because we have suffered a lot. And one of our brothers said there won't be any communal fights. But MID said this. There won't be any communal fights. Where communities are fighting over borderland, or over a land, over, he said that our government can bring up a plan where that particular land or that area, they can construct a railway there that will help the transportation of the two communities that were fighting, thereby adding to their values or to their environment. So they will stop the fighting because good transportation there will will minimize will improve communication will improve transportation instead. because he made a very nice point there. Or maybe that land will be used for an airport, maybe a local airport or international airport. So, and this will stop the fighting between the two communities. And when you have built an international airport or local airport, that will improve. Will um, will improve economic or economic communities. Even improve businesses. People that are doing export and importation, it will improve people's businesses, and that will stop the fighting there. There will be peace there. So, and that system is so fantastic. I hope I'm able to, you know, say it well the way our MID explained it to us. So, so with that, there won't be fighting among communities over land. You know, another thing we learned today is that our children in school on holiday like this, mini jobs, they should be able to get some mini jobs to help them instead of them roaming around the street and doing awful things. They get themselves busy after school. We also have after school teachings or something after school, so that also will also help. Mini jobs will help you do some savings. By the time school is on again, you have a lot of money to help yourself, you know. So it makes our youth busy, up and doing, and smart. We were talking about that in our USB, we want to see our population increase a bit because Nigeria they have dealt with us. They have massacred Biafrans. They have annihilated Biafrans. From 1967 till now, well over 12 million Biafrans been killed because of Nigeria, because of leaving Nigeria one. And so because of that, we would love to see USB at least increase in population. So we were discussing so many ways our government can help us, direct or indirectly, increase the population of Biafrans. You know, because we can see China before. Some people were laughing at China. There are too many. They will die of hunger. No, no, no. They are using it now, building industries. Cultivation or cultivating land, and they are doing well. They are not dying of hunger after all. Then imagine we that have so many mineral resources, crops, we will have to still have to get to and develop and discover and get it to different types of products. you know so we need labor, we need people, and we'll start from home. And I don't mind from uno where could we so so we were even discussing on incentives given to mothers. The more they have more kids, particular incentive given to them to encourage them to have more children. And we were also talking about how our people will also marry our people. And we also talk about Afonjaz, our people that are married to Afonjaz. You know, would we want to see them in Biafran armed forces? And that one was also discussed. And what I understood today was a local level, knowing the children is okay, but on the more higher level of armed forces or leadership generally, we don't want to see them all. you know, we want to see 100% Biafran. in our parliament, in our governor, in our administrators, in our, you know, even the head of sheriff should be 100% Biafran. Yeah, because you understand? Because this mixed breed, their father were Fulani, their father were Afonjas, and we can see all these sabos among us because they are mixed breed. You see their characters different from your own and my own and our children's own. So I will discuss that our government will look into it and know how to solve that problem so that we won't go back to square one where we're coming from, because over a century these people created a problem to on us or to us, and this is the problem we've been and trying to solve. We want to tomorrow see ourselves back in the same problem. Biafrans, you can go, but
3 or 4 days ago sent me a notification sent to the platform of the youths that they should go and by the Igwes and the traditional rulers, telling them to go and recruit into the army. And it is now in the offices are now the offices they're supposed to use is now the local government headquarters. I hope our ministers are here to take it to discuss it, because all the traditional rulers, all the community leaders have been mandated by the Nigerian government to push the youths to go and recruit into the army. You can imagine when an elder you dote on or you love or you admire tells you, maybe you go to him and tell him, please, I don't have a job, I help, is there anybody you talk to? And then he tells you, go and recruit into the and go to the local. And still, so what I did was immediately tell him, I say, look, do you know what? Don't go to the Igwe again. And not only that, start secretly telling your friends what I'm telling you now. Because you know, some of our people will still go to tell the Igwe, oh, this person told me not to go because this, blah, 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 blah. And they will target you. So please just know the people that you're going to tell. If they ask you, say, no, you're not going, you hear that they are killing our people in the army. I'm not going, So even if I'm going to die, let me die here rather than go and sign my death warrant. I told him like that. So I hope our government will take this up, because it is they have now started using the Igwes and the elders in the community. I sent the notification to the platform, to our platform on X, so that the information minister will pick it up from there. I sent it there, so hopefully he's gonna take. They will do something about it, because it's urgent. Other people have already started recruiting. I heard it. Please, we have to do something to stop it. Their headquarters is local government headquarters. Now, that's apart. I also I have a lot to say about what to do, what to expect in our USB. At least the one that I want is one. We don't want to see any armed personnel on the road. They should have their own cars and we have monitors like every other developed countries. If there's anything, if they get their call, we have our own unique. If it is 911 or 111 or 020, whatever code we use to call the or number to call the police or the police. And we don't want to see the army outside anywhere on the road. They have their camps and they are only there to protect us. And we should use only our community policing. Who knows what it is? And we don't want to see our community police on the road at all. We have cameras that can detect whatever that is happening on our roads. So that apart, I don't want to see any official using army to protect or whatever. You must drive your own car, jejely, like every other developed countries. Drive your car. If you want to have a personal, then you recruit your own personal bodyguard, okay? But that bodyguard will just be in your car, okay? So that is just what I also want to see, and we don't give only those who are giving arms are only the community police who are only in their cars. We don't want to see anybody where there's always gone everywhere. Then when we check how we are doing, we now know if those community police who come around the houses and all that, if they should be using guns, because we don't want any like jungle justice. Like even if you want to arrest somebody and the person is resisting, just shoot the person on the leg, not on the chest to kill the person, only on the leg to destabilize that person. That is, disable that person, so that the person will stop, will not attack you. That's all, because we don't want any killing. All right. I have a lot to add, but I just wanted to use this opportunity, my wonderful sister Stella, to inform our people. Please tell your brothers and sisters, relatives at home. Please, in fact, don't wait. Call them. Don't wait for the government to put out this notification. Please call them now, because they've already sent this notification to all the traditional rulers and elders. Please, my people, do so. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. I yield. Thank you, Stella. I'll come back later
Wow.
when I'm. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. You just dropped a hammer there. You understand? So, ladies and gentlemen, our sister was talking about all these Igwe, fake Igwe, salary collectors Igwe, compromised Igwes, and working with Nigeria Army, Nigeria government, help telling our brothers and sisters in the community to go and enroll themselves in Nigeria Army. Can you imagine? So that when they now push them down to Biafra land, our own Biafra armies will be killing our brothers. That's what it means. These Fulani Mujahid Arabs, they are very, very deceptive. Very, very. They are wicked. Have you ever seen them wearing uniform? No, they will go and use the Afonja. They will go and use the Hausa. They will go and use Middle Belt Islam in the name of their religion. Recruit them in Nigerian army. Push them down to Biafra land to die. Where are Fulanis themselves? Where are they? We are not even talking about their women. No. Their women is forget it. Their women is locked inside the house, under lock and key in the house. Even their men, you can also see them. Oh. The only their men you see like Shetima them, all those big of their men. These people are too corny for my liking. This their old game. They are very good at it. And they are not stopping it. Which is deception. They will use it, deceive you, brainwash you, make you fight your own brothers and sisters, just like what they are doing, about to do. I said about to do because our Biafra government will stop them. At their heels there, they will stop them. Stop joining Nigeria Army. Stop joining IPOB Nigeria. Stop. We have Biafra forces and they are fighting, defending you. Don't be deceived though. I found out that people that will stay alive in this whole thing is people that have enough information and they are obeying the information they are getting from Biafra government. I'm telling you, we will miss a lot of people because of lack of knowledge. Guys, I know our FM 97.5 FM radio is still on. Please, tell your people who have radio, your mom and dad in the village side, even in Nigeria side, to hook on this FM radio so that they can know what's going on. War is going on and Nigeria government are not telling their people. That's why you can see army with armor tanks passing and meanwhile civilians are walking around. What is this? Hey, God help us. So, and our sister was talking about no armed personnel on the road. I mean, I tell you guys one small story. You know, the day my kids saw army for the first time, they were grown. Oh, at least one of them was at least 8 years. They saw army, army in their uniform. They were going on their own way, oh, in their own. Normally they use this kind of war kind of vehicle. Just one who was passing in front of them. Nne, huku ụmụ m si wee lie on the floor. Mịawụ ihe a kụziri ha na school. When you see, hear gunshots, I see army everywhere, just dodge, you understand? You see how they lied on the main road. I was not there when they came back because they now told me the big one now. No, the small one was reporting the big one, said, Mom, do you know what happened? That they saw police, no, not police, army, that they took cover. All of them lied on the floor. People around started laughing on them. You understand? I mean, they've not seen them because they don't move around. That's what our sister is saying. So in our USB, we don't want army moving around, please. You scare our, you will be scaring our people. You know, you'll be scaring our people. We don't want armies moving around with guns everywhere. You know, and so like our sister said, they should have a, you know, green number or code number. You have any problem, just dial on the number and they will, the police particularly, not army this time, but police. I mean, army is for the external, anyway, our MID is here, he will tell us more. Army is for the external work for the country, but police, the local police, the sheriff, maybe we'll have with those ones who take care of issues, in the locality. And those ones, you have their number, you can call them and they will come to you and solve the problem. But there's another important thing our sister said. He said she wouldn't want to see any shooting at the point of arrest. Then that's why these days you will now see them shooting. Forget Nigeria. I don't want to use Nigeria for example. It's like Nigeria where a police or army will tell, I will shoot you and nothing will happen. Like joke, the man shoots and nothing happened. Kill the person. Shaking it. You know? So like our sister said, no shooting at the point of arrest. No. I mean shooting to death. You understand? Maybe you can injure the person. There's this kind of gun, it's electric. Just shock the person will just faint and fall down. You just handcuff the person and that's it. You understand? So instead of shooting, please, we don't want our police to be carrying gun up and down, and we don't even want to see our army on the streets. You know?
Yeah, Sister Stella, sorry.
Yeah.
Why I said it is that there's a situation here in the States where a policeman went to because there was a call that to check on somebody, a lady, and then the lady has I don't know I don't know the whole story, but when the policeman knocked on the door, the lady came out, then went back in and brought a knife, you know, to attack the police. And the police, rather than shoot her on the leg to just disable her, she has a knife. It's only when she's close to you that she can stab you. But you shot her dead. I don't like to see such a thing. All right. So he was trained to shoot. So he should have just shot her leg and disable her. And that's it. So that's what I don't want to see my sister. So disable the person, then call the others to come and help you, bundle the person to the hospital, from the hospital to, if the person has health issues, mental issues, then you treat the person. If the person is a criminal, take the person to court, and from there to prison. If the person, that's it. Sorry.
Yeah, you are correct. You understand? I saw it too. It was a lady. The lady was even still at a distance. Yeah, the man has started shooting already. I don't know if the policeman was a Robocop or whatever, because I don't understand. Eh? A lady, maybe even the way she was coming towards him was like a mad person. You shoot the leg, you shoot that hand that she was using coming against you. It's not like the guy, it's not like the lady was holding a gun like you. It was a knife. Huh? You just shot the lady dead like that, and that was it. You know. So and you see Nigeria government trying to. It's not even trying to. They've also declared the Biafran guy that they are going to kill him because he killed an army. You understand? Meanwhile, they have been killing us. Their own terrorist government have been killing our women and children. They burnt some to death. Who have gotten justice from them? And they make sure they paraded our brother. We did a video so that all of us will see, so that it will break our heart. These people are evil. Fulani Mujahid Arab, Nigeria government, is evil. Because when they now show you, you'll be traumatized. You know? You will. Because, oh, my brother. Just like we are discussing it now. They do it purposely. That's why those days when you see them carry a Dangote trailer, run into a traffic and massacre like 20 people at the spot there, you think it's a mere accident. No, it's a jihad accident. They do it purposely. They do it purposely. So that they continue to traumatize you, continue to put fear in you, continue so that you will never rise up to speak. That was why those days we were running away from small Fulani boys that have a knife in their pocket. Can you imagine? He has he has dagger. He has dagger. Everybody's running. You see only two Fulani tiny boys carrying AK-47, carrying a Nama, who pursue the whole village out. Their Nama will eat up the whole crops, and nothing will happen. So that kind of scenario they keep on bringing to us is to traumatize us, to continue to make us weak, to continue to make us afraid, never to decide how to handle them. But we have gone past that level. You understand? The only thing Fulani, Mujahid, Arab, Nigeria government understand is fire for fire. They come to us with fire, we will respond with fire, AK-47 for AK-47, gun for gun, rocket for rocket. That's all they understand. So, ladies and gentlemen, like our sister said, another point she also made that I loved was I know officials will be driven, with all these armies, like what they do in Nigeria when their governor is coming, or everybody, all the armies, the whole army and police will leave their offices and leave their duty that day only to follow one stupid alaye corrupt governor and corrupt chairman and councillor. So we don't want to see this in our USB. Appreciate you, mouthpiece, for what you just said for us. I will call on Mid Bridge. Mid Bridge, are you there, sir? You have the mic, sir. You're welcome, sir. Mid, are you there? This should be your preferred topic. Mid is busy. Okay. So, guys, pick up the mic. Or if not, so so, so another thing I want to see in our USB is I want to see our population increased. Guys, Nigeria government they have massacred Biafrans like hell. As I speak, they are killing them. Yesterday, they killed a brother, and the brother was crying, begging Biafra government to revenge his brother's death. As if it wasn't enough. I saw another one in our information minister's post again. I had 800. Are they the same person or different people? One happened in Enugu. Another one seems happened in is it Owerri or Onitsha or Warri or Benin. So I believe it's two different people. So as I speak, they are killing us. They are killing us. They're even bringing our brothers to fight us. We just heard now that corrupt Igbo's are recruiting our small brothers in the village to Nigerian army. First of all, they'll make them go hunger, not to be able to eat. So giving them Nigerian army job, they will say, oh, at least. Meanwhile, they wouldn't know they are entering into their death trap. You understand? So it's a pity what's going on. So I want to see our USB increase in population. Yes, because when we are many, I remember those days when we have, those days when we were small. No, our mothers those days they will have so many children. You can be sure you guys will not go hunger because those children will back you up in farming. At the end of the harvest each season, your yam barn will be filled up because you have a lot of children that will take good care of your farm, and your family will never be hungry. Why is they harvesting yam? They're also harvesting apple. I hope those things are still there, or Fulani have taken all of them. I don't know. They're harvesting apple, use it to do gari, use it to do apple. Even that cassava leaf, you can dry it and use it to cook soup. So I want to see us more in number, because from 1967 till now, Nigeria Fulani terrorist governments have killed well over 12 million Biafrans on the altar of one Nigeria. They finished us. Our people in the villages, we can't find them anymore. A lot of villages are on the run because of what Nigeria government is doing to our people. Particularly if that village, that land, if it has one mineral resources or the other, forget it. They will wipe up the whole village just to get to the mineral resources. Yesterday, I announced that even Zamfara, they also have diamond. I thought it's only gold. Zamfara also have diamond. And foreigners are going there to mine it. And the owners of the land are doing menial job for them. At the end of the day, they will collect shekere change. And meanwhile, the foreigners are collecting the whole diamond, going and selling and becoming rich to themselves. So when you see them enter into a village because they found one mineral resources or the other there, and they won't tell you before you know it, that your grandpa's land, they will not. Industries and work, and our life will begin to live, compete with other nations. This is what we want. This is what I want, particularly me, because the topic is what do you expect to see in our United States of Biafra. I expect to see Biafrans in larger number. Yes, so yes. And I expect to see Biafrans all over the whole world, wherever they reside, to come back home. The way the Israelis did their own. When they got their land back, everybody, Exodus, they started going back. They went back to their land. Then when you're coming out, you're only going out for holiday, and that's all. That's what I want to see. I also want to see a very productive Biafra people. You know, they said the former Nigeria president said Nigerian youths are lazy. No, Biafran youths are not lazy. We are not lazy at all. Our people are productive, hardworking. Yeah, so some people think Biafrans only know how to buy and sell. It's a lie. We have expatriates. We have professors. We have anything you can think about. We have it. But most African man and woman abroad that are doing so well, look into them very well. They are Biafrans or connected to Biafra. They are Igbos or connected to Igbo. Maybe their mother is Igbo or their father is Igbo. We are blessed people. And the world know it. So they have become jealous of you. They want to wipe you out of the earth before even you can lift up your head. We go to Sir William. Sir Williams, are you there? You have the mic, sir.
Hello, my sister. Good evening. Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon. I greet you
Good
immensely
afternoon, sir.
for what you are doing. May Chukwu continue to bless you and sustain you. I greet Matt Peace. I see my professor here, MID. Greetings. All the ministers here present, greetings. All the honorable members here, I greet you with all zeal of good heart. You're welcome. Then the angels, the real angels that are always here. May Chukwu Abiyama continue to bless us and give us strength to continue this gospel because we are already there. Thank you. Just like the topic says, what do you expect in our United States of Biafra IOU loans? Our expectations are much, but most importantly, I expect good governance, rule of law, where everybody is equal before the law, where there is no injustice, where whenever anybody commits offense or minor crime, the DNA must be taken immediately to ascertain where he's coming from, whether his forefathers or ancestors are of Fulani origin. This is what we have to start, from the grassroots. Any mistake, minor offenses like beating of traffic or assault or fighting, all those minor misdemeanor offenses, your DNA must be taken just to ascertain that yes, you are a true Biafran. Then the law can now take its course. That is what I try to propose when the time comes, and I think I have made it open now. This is what I expected too. Now I was in a place, this other space. These criminals are hosting everywhere. Initially, they were saying Igbo, Igbo, Igbo. So today I saw Biafra and I jumped in and I saw them, speaking like Almajiris. I only went there and sent them a lot of messages, how they are receiving themselves and then crying. Because the more they cry, the more Biafra come our doorsteps. The more they cry, the more our prime minister bring that Biafra down from heaven to Biafra land. The more they cry, the more we smile, the more we celebrate, the more they cry. See the kind of cries they are crying there. It's unfortunate that I will subject myself to listening to such charlatans and fools everywhere. Not hold water. What does not belong to them. You see how they speak, you know that they are demented. I hope I'm still coming out to my sister Stella.
Yes,
All right. There's a little distraction now. I will join you back. Greet you, dear friends. Thank you very much as I yield for now.
yeah, thank you, sir. Sir Williams, we salute you, sir. Yes, Sir Williams is a lawyer. So he said he wants to see in our USB good governance, you know, where everybody is equal to the law, where you won't be doing IM, Imam Mother. He wants to see rule of law, not the laws of the jungle. You understand, like Nigeria. where this rich man, another law is applied, or this other person, another law. No, no, no. All of us will be equal. Whatever punishment that you give to somebody that failed a traffic light sign, you give it to both rich and poor people. You give it to chairmen, you give it to administrators, you give it to whoever that fails. You won't say because this person is an administrator and he's running to the office and he has to now beat the traffic light. Now lie. That's what our brother is saying. He doesn't want to see that. If you're an administrator and you're going to your office, you must begin to go on time so that you know. But you beating the traffic light, no. When it's red, everybody stop. When it's green, everybody starts to move. That's what our brother is saying. I hope I interpreted you well. Mid-bridge, you have the mic. Are you there now? I want to hear from you because Mid-bridge, are you free now? Okay, so he's not free. So guys, pick up the mic and tell us what do you want to see in our USB, in our own country. I don't want to see Nigeria in USB. Anything that reminds me Nigeria, I don't want to see it in our USB. Anything that reminds me of Nigeria, I want to see equipped hospitals, well equipped, like latest machines, hospital machines. That's what I want to see in our USB. There's this thing I was reading, they call it med beds. Med beds. Where a machine, only machine will treat a patient. Just by putting the person inside that bed, cover it, press some buttons, the machine will begin to, find out the person's problems and treat the person with the help of the scientists or the AI scientists that will be there. I don't too much like AI because that AI, when the wicked have begin to handle it, you understand? So I want to see, in fact, because of this, I also want to see in our USB good guys everywhere, particularly in the government. Because when you have a corrupt government, oti Bari be that, oti Dabaje be that, or Dabaru, you know. If you have bad guys handling your government system, you are finished. Your country is finished. So in our USB, I want the good guys to remain. And before we get any leader, we have to do research and control, just like Americans were doing, not now, before you become an American president or parliamentary, that is, they will check your what do you call it, autobiography, check who be your papa, who be your mama. Do you have any traces of money laundering or corruption running in your family? Maybe your father used to be a rogue and you, a son, you want to become. No, you can't have that. You can't have that seat at all. This is what I would love to see in Biafra, where the good guys will remain. Before you come to be a leader, you come to take an office or a seat, you must be cross-checked to the extent of checking your DNA to make sure you are 100% Biafran. Because we won't suffer all this, lose all these lives, only for Biafra to come and one Efulefu will enter into the office again and begin to mess things up. Just like what they are doing now in upper where Mouthpiece is living. I want to call the name. We don't want to see that. I don't know how our government will do it, though. They will have to do it somehow. What we want to see, good guys on this seat forever. forever. When we must have gone, our children will continue. No wonder Onyendu said, we will go to Biafra land to worship our God. When you put God first in all you do, everywhere will be cooler. You can add it to even morals. Morals, okay, it's not enough, but at least morals. God also helps people to have morals also. Government also, working government also help people to be, to have morals. But above all, God, you having the fear of God in you is the beginning of your wisdom and the country's wisdom. So when a leader fears God, he won't come up to the office to mess up. He won't take bribes. He will do things orderly. We call on Onyisi Biafra. I have the mic.
Yeah, my sister Stella, how you doing?
Sir, I'm good.
How your morning, how your evening, how your night, how everything? You dey chop your food alone. May cook. Remember also as we dey come Biafra because that waiting we expect.
My imbe is not yet done. Talking about my tortoise, it's not yet done.
Uh,
So forget about it.
okay, no problem. All right. All the same, what we are expecting too much. Too much. One, at least. DNA must be very important, very necessary. Number one, they must do it very compulsory because that's where we start from to begin to correct some issues in governance. Because one, if we don't do it and put the wrong identity, a wrong human, they will begin to corrupt it. And you know for sure, for many of us who have been in Nigeria, that spirit of Nigeria is still with us. So once Biafra come, we know it's going to take.
No, those ones, we will just, there's a way Onyekachuku will always say it. We will open school of, to reorganize their brain very well.
Yes, yes.
You understand?
Mm.
To organize them, take them to school, overhaul them very well with their brain so they begin to reason better.
Because that spirit will take at least 10 years to die in so many of us body because the system has really destroyed our Nigerian youth and many of our Biafran youth. So and the many of them who are going to enter into Biafra through Nigeria and they need that medication. They need it so much so that things can be really taken care of. It's very important. And also we expect good road. I know that the government have all these budgets, and we need people that will actualize whatever agenda that are put before the Biafrans. Very important because for the next 20 to 30 years, we need a good governance, very good one, policy, very important, where everybody can really come into. And then, one party, one or two parties, it's okay for the government, one or two party that must stand for the 10 years, that 100 years, 200 years, at least two parties, not above that. All these calling the
For me, I want more parties. I want more parties. You see what is happening in where Mouthpiece is living. You understand? I want more parties as possible, but we'll be cross-checked. We'll be, we'll check them very well before the Zoom office and so on. Go on, sir.
okay, you know what more parties does? It brings greedy men into system. It brings greedy men into office. But if we have two parties and we will find you qualified, first of all, they do primary elections before they can merge one out of, as many who deem fit to contest in those two parties. It's very important because, this Nigerian pattern, having 1 million party, if you look at their file, you see like 150 parties. At the end of the day, they divert to 3 or 4 parties and they'll be, traveling from one party to another, traveling for you. This person loses here, he comes back to this place and look for a ruling party. But if we have two parties, that two parties will, put our minds straight that it's either you're here or you're there. And before you qualify to rule for a seat of a prime minister or any position you want in Biafra land, whether they are 10 to come out in each party, they will first of all do their primaries, go to their various county, and then then before you now merge, so that we'll be able to curtail the traveling of from one party to another, from one place to another, so that if Mr. A does not, tomorrow you become APC party, from APC to ROC party, for ROC to USB. No, we don't want that. It will help us to control the corruption in Biafra land. It will make us to understand who and the reason why this person is coming out for a position. Are you getting me? It's very important. Go look into this. It's very, very important, because that's the only way we can be able to control resources, control our ideology, control ourselves. If the 40 state of Biafra happens to bring out 40 men who will come to contest for the party, we divide them into two, 40, 20, 20. One on 20 in this party, 20 in this party. They contest within their counties. And if happen to see the major, then we tell us what they can do, tell us what they are, then put them on check. DNA is very important. We'll get that. It's very important. That DNA is more very important, because any day we make mistake and bring one tribe into that system that is not a Biafran, it's not a Biafran oriented, then there's something problem will go. And again, we also understand that Biafra need to, every son and daughter in Biafra being born must be a Biafra army. We need to make it compulsory. You must be an army from childhood, from each, whether private school or the Biafra school. They must make sure that they are trained from childhood to know who we are. Our ethic must be important, and it must be brought up in a military life, so that for tomorrow's sake, that is very important. We must do that, because every Biafra must be an army. Every Biafran son must be an army. We have to make it very compulsory, so that we will not give the enemy any more space again to jeopardize Biafra for the next 200 years. Because I believe by that time, many of us must have gone. There must be a new face of Biafra who will walk towards, because I know that there are yet ones who are coming on a new reincarnation to make sure that Biafra does not die in the next 200 years. It's very important we make sure that each 40 states are primarily dealt with, all their governance are well looked at, so that every resources in their states, in their county, are being used judiciously for that people, for the people of that very county, for the people of that very state. The government must look into it so dearly that any mistake, you are out of the system immediately. No, Mago. We need to deal with this very well. It's very important. So that, and also another thing I expect, that once USB is being inaugurated fully, every Biafran from all over the world should begin to come home, because Biafra must be the best. They will not need them anymore to go outside, because I believe that we will not go outside. The government must give way for every investor in Biafra land to produce, to give her their best. Whatever you can bring out, bring it out. We support you 100%. These are the things I expect. For this, the country will be wonderful. We give more respect, as they have said, the Biafran sons opportunity to produce, to manufacture. 100% support. 100% support. And these are the things I expect in Biafra land. I expect the rule of law, both in our religion, whatever culture, everybody must respect it. And I believe it that once this is done, there will be more peace and happiness in Biafra land, in each state, in each governance. It's very, very important. I'm telling you, sister. That's what my expectations are. I pray that every day I wake up, I see the bright new day. I pray for Biafra to come today, so that many things I foresee will begin to come, because I've already inquired. I was told it shall be a beautiful state, though there will be a little stress for the next 20 years. People will feel, how do I say, people will suffer a little, because as a new country, coming up, it's going to be difficult for many. And then Without that difficulties, we can't become something. We can't become, already we have passed through difficulties. So I believe that if these things are taken care of, it doesn't matter who is going to be the prime minister, who's going to be the president of USB. It doesn't matter how many years we agree for the person to stay, in as possible that the person is giving us our expectation. If the person, we agree that there has to be a life president, no problem for us, in as much as he protect the life and the properties of all Biafrans and give us our expectations. Whatever it's gonna be in Biafra land, we'll give that person 100% support, in as much as Biafrans are not, tramped upon for the next 200 years. We are good to go. More 100% road, underground road. All these things are very important. We're going to, in Biafra land, no pole should be up. All of them should be underground wired, underground electric. We don't need to see poles in Biafra land. Governors must put that in place. Prime ministers must put, all the county must put that in place, that no Biafra state, no 40 state of Biafra that will come and see pole, wire on the road, on top of the road, on top of the post. No, they should go underground so that Biafra can be the most best heaven on earth. I love you guys so much.
Thank you, Onyeisi Biafra. Thank you. Made a lot of points. Onyeisi want good governance also. And he said he would love to see all the electric poles underground. He doesn't want to see them on the streets. Like I was saying, anything that reminds us Nigeria, we don't want to see in Biafra land. In Nigeria, you see a lot of electric poles and wires crossing buildings like that. That sometimes the two wires will touch and bring out fire, and the house in between there will be burnt to ashes. So he said he doesn't want to see that. Oyinsi said he also wants to see, it wasn't me that is writing this. We want to see, this course, moral instructions, be brought in our schools. Moral instructions. We want to see it in our schools, in Biafra, USB, so that our children will learn more morals. We used to do it those days when we were very, very small, before Nigeria got totally corrupt. Moral instructions for everybody, even for our police and army, our women, everybody. Maybe in our USB, everybody will just go and do one little moral school diploma or something, to reshaping the way we reason, like our brother was saying, to bring us straightened up. Like last time I was watching, a little boy did something bad, and the mother spanked him. You know what the boy did? He called the police against the mother. The little boy called police against the mother. And when the police came, he took the boy away from the distance where the mother was. And I asked the boy, "Why did you call me?" He said yes, that the mother beat him. You now ask him, the police, because not Nigerian police. You can bet it's not Nigerian police. And then the police was asking the boy, "What did she do? Or what did you do?" He said nothing. You didn't do anything, and your mother spanked you, and then you called me. Yes. And the boy was like, "Hurry up, go and arrest my mother. Detain my mother." The way the boy was, he called the police. The boy called what was the boy expecting from the police? What does he want the police to do to his mother? Maybe to spank the mother back the way the mother spanked him. And then the police just turned around and warned the boy, don't touch the phone next time for a nonsense thing like this. You're supposed to be a humble boy, an obedient boy, a law-abiding boy. Obey your mother, obey your father. When he found out that, he, asked the mother what, and the mother narrated all the bad things, that she would drop the boy to school. He wouldn't enter inside the class. You understand? And so on. And then they reported the case to the mother. And the mother was, mother like mother, talking and shouting, and they spanked the boy, and the boy called the police against her. So the police now warned the boy, dare not call your mother police again because of this. You're supposed to be in your class. What were you doing outside? So the whole thing boomeranged against the small boy. And the thing sweet me. You know. So what am I trying to say? Everybody has to have morals. Everybody has to have morals. In your USB, everybody, from children to adults to leaders and administrators and everybody, we have to have morals. So it would be nice if our government, Biafra government, will put moral instructions in schools. Already we have our three religion, and our three religion preaches morals also. So they can put it in there so that we have manners, all of us. And then talking about somebody was talking about people in Nigeria that grew up in Nigeria have to go to one school to. But you see, even we abroad also, this thing of Nigeria entered inside all our in our blood. So everybody will go to this school of morals or whatever you call it to reshaping our brain, make us think better. I mean, like you go to the post office, nobody will tell you, just stand on the line until it gets to your turn. Nobody will tell you, don't throw a white paper, don't throw anything on the floor. Look for the dustbin and put it. That are morals, that are under morals. This is what we want to see. Clean Biafra. Clean environment. Mouthpiece, you have the mic, man.
Thank
I see your hand up, mouthpiece. Yeah.
Thank you once again, my wonderful sister. Sir Williams, I see you, Onyisi, Midbridge, all of you, Nonso, my wonderful brother, Mr. Snow, the Honorable Minister. They will minister out to one. I see you, all of you. Please, I don't want to take too much time. I just want to drop this one again before I yield again. I come back again. So, my sister, look, because you are talking about morals when I came back into to my room. Look, what I also want to hear is there is nothing like Imam Madu in giving jobs from our government, parastatals everywhere, whether federal, state, or local government. That's what I always preached, because I don't believe in cabals. My friend, my this, I don't believe in such nonsense, because we have to give it to professionals. Don't give to your own because the person you want to give to your own, when the person is not doesn't have the expertise for that particular position. And another thing I want to add is Akazu bribe. Please, for instance, let me use myself as an example. If I am put in any position to give people jobs, first, if you want to appreciate me, I would prefer our government have appreciation certificates made in in a picture, with frames, so that when you go there, you tell them, I want to appreciate Mouthpiece for what she has done for my community. Please write it on, engrave it there. We want to present it to her. That's what I want. I want to line my walls with appreciation certificates. All right, so that everyone will be warned. If you go and give somebody other cow or money or whatever, don't go back to say, oh, you took bribe from me. All right, so please do not allow it. We don't support it, because everyone in any position is there to serve our people, not to be given whatever. So if you want to appreciate somebody, go and buy. If that money you want to give to that person, go and buy a certificate of appreciation where they engrave the person's name on that. And then you and whoever that will come will present it, take pictures. That's what we want to see. I want to drop this one because of moral. When you talk about morals, thank you so much. I yield again. Sister Stella, are you there? I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, my piece. She's there. She's seeing you.
Okay. I'm done. I'm done for now. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I support that 100%. That which is just said, I support it 100%. So that the corruption will be less. If you're present that person a portrait, something that is remarkable, something that the person can see and really say, I appreciate this. Somebody for any reason, for any governance, there has to be how do you call it? Uh, um, transparency in anything the person is doing.
Yeah. And I want to also add, if anybody commits a crime, don't say the person is your own. In fact, for me, my father used to use his own as an example to others. He will make sure. In fact, let me give you an example. When I was in primary school, I used to play a lot, and in fact, I'm a happy, bubbly person, and I always make noise in the class because I'm always happy. I'll go to this person, I'll throw paper, and I'll take the person's book, I'll run to my own. And then the teacher used to flog me like mad because I can't stop, So then one day my dad came to the class and told the teacher, stop beating her. This one, she doesn't stay. She's always a happy person. Do you know what you have to do for me? Please kneel her in front of the class and tell her to close her eyes and put her hand up. This one, she doesn't like embarrassment, and that is the best way to embarrass her, and then she will be so ashamed of herself. So that was what my dad did, and that was what worked. And I stopped making noise and I stopped laughing and all that, because when I see somebody, maybe the teacher is telling the person off, I start laughing and everybody will start laughing. So which is not, so I'm so sorry. I had to just add that. Thank you, Onisi. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my piece of God. That is the truth. Disciplines must be very looked at. Very, very important. That at the end, for the next 100 years, or let me say 50 years, I know it's going to be very hard, very difficult to control many of us who have actually, grown old and see corruptions that Nigeria has impacted in many of our lives, both those abroad and those at home. I know it's going to be difficult, but if that moral is being dealt with from the educational system to the primary side to the government and the working side, you have to be qualified for any side you are into. When you didn't go to school, you have to show out what you're good in, and that department have to be looked at. You don't go and carry someone that is not qualified to be a minister of education and put him in educational system. When somebody read electrical, you leave the line he's supposed to work and create a job for that side. You go and put him as a banker. It's quite unfortunate. That person can't give you accurate work. That is why in Nigeria there are corruption everywhere, because people are in the field they are meant not to. But if you know something and you know what you know, you should be able to look into that places and dealt with it. There's certain things that people can have merit to be in an office based on who they are. That one is understandable. But we need to deal with certain things. The Biafra land has to deal with it so much that we can be able to, give the best for the people, for the unborn yet, because it is what they see they will learn from. If it's what they have been educated with, what they will grow up with. And that's why they say charity begins at home. And they bring up a child the way he should grow. Once he grow, he won't depart from it. That is the things that we need to do in our schools. And I also want to see that any Biafrans, though I know that there are laws that are guiding Biafra as a whole when we come into USB, but we need them to put them into practice, more especially in every state, because I know if you're not your DNA does not shows Biafra by birth, everything, you can't be in the governance. It will make it as a compulsory law. You can never, for any side, marry if like be born in Biafra land and you are not a Biafran, you can't be in our system for future purposes, because it has destroyed many countries, because many of them might come in a way of, more especially anything Afonja, Hausa, because I know that there will be a time they will have to work their way into Biafra land and begin to give birth to children. They are very trickish. They come first to look good. And at the end of the day, that thing that is in them will grow. We need to deal with this, with that sentiment. As long as we want Biafra to be better for the next 200 years, we must deal with this. No comprehension, nothing. We must deal with it. It's very, very important.
The ones that are there already, and you see, what do we do?
You say what?
A lot of them are there already.
The ones who are there already. That's why
Yes, sir. You see a lot of Afonja with our people, with our ladies.
yes, the thing is that's why I said DNA must be very important. Once we get your DNA, from there we'll begin to deal with it, because many of them have gone old, many of them have been here, born here, many of them have married our sisters, many of them have given birth to children. By the time we begin to get this DNA done, and the constitution shows that this person is not a born Biafran, his father is an Afonja or a Yoruba or an Hausa, my dear, it's not our fault. You can't be in the governance, because once he's in the governance, we'll go back to square root, back to where what we avoided, what we took many years to fight for, what our fathers many died for. We must make it a compulsory. No sentiment. It must very important, because in as much as we want 100% good for Biafrans to benefit it, and inside 40 state of governance, you see what is happening in some of our brother side in the part of the 40 state where they gave they called it Benin state, which was not supposed to be Benin. That is the privilege. They marry our people, get them born, and speak the language of our ancestors. Before you know it, you start dragging with them. But in as much as your DNA has shown that your father is not a Biafran, we'll make it as a law. We don't care what it is. But you can come into Biafra land when Biafra is fully free for you to come and do your business, do your marketing, whatever you want to call. You want to stay in Biafra land, we will accept you and give you your laws, rules, and regulations. But in the governance, no. It must be very important. If you go to Dubai, you can't join their system. No matter who you are in Dubai, you can't enter into their governance. If they can do that, you can't even pray in their streets. So I won't come and start taking sentiments in all 40 states of Biafra. It must be a law. There are certain things you can't go to Dubai and do. So we know this very well. If other countries can give that freedom, that is them. That is why in United States now, you can see Islams taking power in some streets, want to Islamize some places in US, and they can't do otherwise. It's because they've given them the opportunity to be in the governance, to have mouth in certain places. No. You wouldn't have mouth in Biafra land, because we want to go back to what we try to avoid. This must be looked into. We must checkmate it. We must checkmate it. If you don't like it, don't come to Biafra. You can go to other country. But in as much as I know, people would love to come to Biafra because God has blessed that land. We must checkmate it. We must checkmate it. It's very important for the benefit of our children, for the benefit of the generation. Because once one of them is emerged in the system, we're gone back. Maybe then you and I might not be there anymore. There might not be any men who have more moral like this very generation. So for us to secure the life of those children, because we must put them into education. You can join any place in our governance, but you cannot, even in the army, you want to join the army as someone who's not a Biafran, we will tell you where you will stop. We'll give you a rank where you will stop. You won't pass that rank so that you won't go there and possess our boys. We must be very strict in everything we are doing. If we want sanity in Biafra land, we must make it very strict. We must be very strict because what we are dealing with now is the same thing that Nigeria has opened door for it. We won't open door for that. We allow you come to army, but you must exist some position. And for you to have a position in a place, no other person from any other country will be a general in Biafra land. No other person will be a general in Biafra land, so that they will not destroy our men. I'm telling you the truth. If we look into this, Biafra will last.
Thank you. I can't hear your voice again. I believe you finished.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, so
I had someone that came over. That was why I mute myself.
okay. So thank you, brother. Yes, so like I wanted to ask us now. On that note, should we, like our government said that each state will have their own police, their own people. Each state will have their own police. I mean, so that you know, you know, who is who there. You understand? And then, like our brother just said, and that Bini side, where they intermarried, there's a lot of mixing up there. Whether you believe it or yes, it's true. There's a lot of mixing up of Biafra there with some are Fonja, some are Ilebinu, what do you call them? They're mixed up there. So I wanted to ask on that note, how should we uh, should we allow Afonja mixed breed, Afonja mixed Biafra, work in Biafra armed forces? That's my question.
Yeah,
I need answer.
yeah. Okay, Mr. William.
Okay, my brother.
Okay,
Thank you again for giving me
Williams
the.
answer before Onyisi. William is always busy. Williams, before we go to
Thank
Onyisi.
you very much, my sister. Our armed forces, the army, the military, is no go area. In fact, it is sacrosanct that. In fact, it's non-negotiable. It's non-negotiable, and you cannot be, aligned or allowed any other tribe to participate in that. The military aspect. No, it's purely for Biafra. Then, and the state level where you have police, that is why it is.
No, hold on, no, sir. You missed it. Hold on. You see,
Yes.
Biafrans there have mixed up there. Biafrans on those border states, they have mixed with foreigners there. Some are even marrying Fulani. Let me tell you now.
I understand.
Some are married.
I understand what
Uh-huh.
you said. Yes.
So those breeds, should we allow them in Biafran armed forces?
How can we allow them now? That is why I say it's non-negotiable. It's no go area. It is sacrosanct. If you can remember the words I use, that's no good. That area is no go area because for you to be a member of that armed forces, your DNA must be ascertained, and then You know, the rest is not story. So we don't have any room for mistakes. This is a new nation that is coming, and we must be as white as snow. You know what I'm saying? Now, another, I said, okay, let me, by way of adumbration on the earlier things I have said before, I mentioned the rule of law where everybody will be equal and subject before the law. And another one is fair hearing. Kai, that one is my grandmother say is after him metere, after him metere. That is, it cannot be impugned by any means. It cannot be impugned. Sorry, cannot be impugned by any act or wisdom. No, because the two principle of fair hearing is one, audi alteram partem. Let the other party be heard. That is what it means. And the second part, which is even uh, greater, but they are all related, is Nimo Jude Nkaswasa, meaning you cannot be a judge over your own case. You see what is obtainable in the zoo, where they will arrest you or kidnap you from one location and bring you to another location to try you. Is there fair hearing? You can never have fair hearing in such atmosphere whereby you are kidnapped from the south and you are taken to the north for trial. Where will you get justice? It is only God that will give you justice. So we are a situation where you are the police, you are the accuser, you are the judge, and you are the custodian of such a person. Where will you? How do you get breathing air? You can't get it. It is only God, and that is why all of us are here. You know, we have tested it and we have seen it. It has been seen and witnessed by many of us here that you can't give what you don't have. Nimo dot kono habet. You can't give what you don't have, and you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand. Just like if you are building a 10-story building and you are on second story building and you discover that the foundation is defective, it is very, very bad. What do you do? Do you continue? If you continue, that is suicidal in all ramification, because it's suicidal. You are wasting your resources. It's suicidal. At the end of the day, it will collapse on you. So what do? You vulcanize it and start from the foundation again. That is why we say fundamentum cotus hominis anime. The foundation of all improvement is the improvement of the foundation. That is what that Muslim say means. So we are here because we are tired of stupidity of the zoo. You know, when I call the zoo, I'm talking about the Britain because they are the zoo. You know, people that leave their shore miles, thousands of miles away and come to your sphere to dominate you by way of gun, they had machete, they had bomb, and they brought paper they called Bible just to deceive us. And because our people are good people, hearted people, they accepted the Bible and the religion, the fake religion they brought to us, because they had gun inside the Bible when they came. They even had sheep written the slave ship known as Jesus. They brought it and they kidnapped our people and they left. And they still meditating that callousness that such anomaly can continue to this point. And we had the patience of, condoning it from 2014 when the zoo already expired and God gave us the kingdom of this world that he has promised our forefathers and they promised to us, because we are the generation that God brought for this time, for this kingdom that is about to, that the whole world is about to witness. We are the people for this generation, and we cannot at this moment wait or ask any these criminal organizations they call that are known by their different names, EU, UN, whatever nonsense they think they have as name. No, they can never give. You see, have you seen how that the devil releases captive? Once the devil catches you and lock you up, that is forever. So these people, they are the devil we are talking about, and they are all inferior to us because we have been feeding these people from time immemorial. Or have you people forgotten when these criminal British vandals, or they call themselves colonial monsters, killed us in 1945, and then in 1947 they took their criminal charlatans here to go to UK and tell the whole world how we are going to feed them, how Biafrans are going to feed them. But they say it's Nigeria, how Nigeria is going to benefit them. Who is deceiving who? Or do they think that we are done this? No, we are not. We know whatever. Anya elelele, anyị ma. Nke a rakwara na ara, anyị ma ya. So you cannot deceive everybody at the same time, at the same places. No, you can't. You can deceive some people sometime and others you cannot. So the British and their criminal empires, gangs, cannot give us what we are looking for. But we will get it and we will compel them to obey us. We will compel them to approve whatever need to be approved, because otherwise hunger will kill all of them. All the Caucasians, hunger will kill all of them. I tell, this is a word of prophecy. You know, as an ancestor, I don't come and take mic and start yabbing. No, no, no. I can't yab blah, 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 like all those other political criminals that we have in our land. The Ohaneses, the criminal politicians, I call them scammers because their duty is to scam the Fulanese and scam their British idiots, British dundies. That is what they are doing. The British government is a lazy government because they allow these politicians to be stealing from them, even though the money they are stealing belongs to them, because the resources on which that money is gotten is in their land. But because they are born slaves with mixed blood and mixed multitude, they have appointed to supervise our killing as in leaders. No, they are appointed to supervise our demise. But God have shocked them this time around. The trap. I told my friend that works with a senator that when he was telling me about Mazen Nandikalu case, I said, that Nigeria arrested him. I said, no, Mazen Nandikalu kidnapped Nigeria, not arrested. Nigeria cannot arrest Mazen Nandikalu. They kidnapped him. But in the other way around, ironically, he is the one that kidnapped Nigeria. He was looking at him and said, are you on something? I said, you will not understand what I'm saying now, but when you grow up, you will understand it. Do you know, just last week, he called me and said, in fact, we were together. He said, that thing I told him last time has started manifesting. I said, no, it has not started already. We are just, this is the preamble. You know, after preamble, you know, you go into the details of the matters. That is what is going on. So, the IOU loan is a no-go area because there is this matter I have been in court with former minister of FCT, whereby we had transaction. He was supposed to pay me about that time, that 2020, during the COVID. It was supposed to be 40 million, but he refused. I dragged him to court. He went and brought senior advocate of Nigeria to fight me in court. And I continued defeating these people in court. Yesterday, we were supposed to adopt our final written addresses, the SAN chicken that. He has filed it just to come and adopt it so that I can adopt my own and the court will give date for judgment. He has come. And this is a calculated attempt, you know, to delay the hands of justice. You know, but they say there's no hurry to justice. But we also say justice denied is how do they say justice denied is justice I can't I'm not even thinking of that area now, but let me go ahead. This money I calculated it to come before December, and I have promised my God that I will use 20 million a year to loan to the government. That is what my postulation has been. Because once that judgment comes, I'll block his account and collect my money immediately. Everything works simultaneously. So I just calculate because they chicken that now. So that when maybe after we adopt it by next month, the judgment can now come by next year. But I say, glory be to God. Whatever be the case, before then I might even have more money than that to, do this IOU loan, because that is where it's paining me in the heart, because I don't have such amount of money I wish to, deliver to the government to prosecute this matter. This matter is of a pertinent importance to me and my family and my children, my unborn children, my generation to come. It is very, very important to us. So I cannot joke with it at this moment. Even irrespective of the fact that they are monitoring me, monitoring everybody in the zoo here. To the extent somebody called me now from US that my law firm account is under watch. I said, I know before then that it's under watch, even more than 10 years ago. They know because I've been dealing with I dealt with Buhari and Aisha when they were at home, and they know me one-on-one. So, and they know that they cannot track me to kill me like very easy. No, even though they know where I'm living and whatever I'm doing, how I'm operating, they cannot do anything, because you cannot kill all the you cannot kill a god. We are the god, the sea, and the most high is our creator. Chukwu Okike Abiama, the maker of heaven and earth, is our father. So we are God to them. So they cannot do us anything. That is why they cannot even near our leader and look at his face, except the way they are they thought they are keeping him, and then they forgot to know that he is the one keeping them. Because you cannot hold a child's thing forever, keeping your hands up. At the end of the day, they will beg us to take this our Biafra and go. That is the most important thing. Thank you very much. I'm still here. I will come back. Let me just fix myself. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you, Sir Williams. Mouthpiece, your hand is up. You want to say something before we go to Unisi? Mouthpiece, your hand is up.
Yes,
Oh, okay,
yes,
so
sister.
Unisi. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, I just wanted to comment on what Sam Williams said about, bringing some of
Fair hearing.
no, bringing some of our brothers who are from another, who are mixed, into the army. You got that?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's my question. Can a Punjab mixed Biafran
Uh-huh.
work in a Biafran army?
Yeah. So it's going to be difficult, because if you check the Israeli army, they have other people who are intermixed with the Palestinians, and they are there, even with Lebanon, and they're in the army. So it's going to be hard. The only thing we can do is, which is done everywhere, our security forces, our uh, um, those who are in charge of everything security, we will make sure that monitor every, in fact, it's not that they monitor every call, every movement of any army officer. They monitor virtually everything. In fact, even how you go to the toilet, I'm telling you. So the thing is, in order for those who are mixed not to get every information, secret information of the government, we must have an elite army who are 150% our gene, and who are committed to making sure that security in our land is is 100% or 200% secure. So what they have to do is to make sure that it's only the elite forces that have secret information about the government. But ordinary army don't have all the secrets, or what we are going to do is like, if you are take for instance, there's a security threat. What they do is take the formation or the there's this word I want to use, the troop, or the a particular formation that they want to use. They just take what they do is get into the vehicle. We are on a mission. Simple. That is all they need to know. The only person that knows where they're going is the special forces, special force armed forces, or armed force, the officials who know where they are going and what the threat is. So I think that's the best way to go about it. I hope it's my own opinion is good. Well, if not, well, that is just my own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have my own opinion too. My own opinion is this, because so far as it's mixed with Afonja and Biafra, so far as Afonja is in between there, so far as Fulani is in between there, my own no. Because at the end of the day, the whole border states, they don't have, they also have 100% Biafrans. Why don't we put only 100% Biafrans in Biafran armed forces in the border states, instead of putting mixed breed Afonja with Biafra in the military? Because it's, to me, it's dangerous still. Because this thing is inside their blood. These Afonjas. Betrayal. A lot of them, their fathers are Muslims. But they left them, they will not leave them in Biafra to alter what we are doing. And when they now finish conquering, they still go back to their religion, their father's religion, which is Islam. And meanwhile, already he's in Biafran armed forces. No, I'm just drawing a scenario in our mind. Because the question is, can Afonja mixed Biafra work in Biafra armed forces? To me, I don't want.
Sister Stella, that's what I'm saying.
I don't support.
Even though, that's why I put it this way. I say it's going to be difficult, most especially if they want to join. So I don't know. So if the government will allow it, then they have to do it the way the Israelis do their own. They have to get if we don't know how to manage it, well, I don't know. Well, all I know is that our government is well able to do to do the needful. So we still have to listen to the government. So that's all.
Yeah. Only in Biafra.
Yes, sister. Yes. Mopis, I think you are online, but the truth is this: we have 40 states for now. That 40 states has to bring up their police and other forces to merge with the main governance offices, which have to do the major army. The thing is this: Biafrans are in trillions. We first of all consider Biafrans before any other breed in the military, in any armed forces. For any reason, we have to say, for any reason, alternative that, oh, on one way about, his mother is from here, his father is an Afonja, and he has been born here. We need to look if they will be possible after 100 years. I don't think they should be Afonja. But once Biafra comes in, between now and 100 years, we shouldn't have anything in our military. Mixed blood, mixed breed, for any reason, for the next 100 years. Because after that 100 years, there must have been a way that, lectures during the primary educational side about Biafran ethic and everything, would have dealt with the oncoming generations, that I don't think in the next 200 years there will be anything Afonja in our homeland. And if though they can be there as maybe citizens who came in to do their work, we'll be very strict with them, that in our governance, they are not meant to be there. They can come and do their business, have their nationality for this being born in our homeland, or who have been in our homeland for the past, maybe we have 10 years to give you a nationality, or 20 years or 30 years. You get your children, go to our schools. But when it comes to the military, because I know that in our primary educational side, we teach them all those, paramilitary things. But when it comes to the main class, where you now need to qualify to join that forces in a normal ranking way, then we have to make it strict, because Biafrans are not like, we're not lacking men, we're not lacking women in Biafra. Our gene gives birth in trillions. Even when the felt they have killed us in Biafra land, they are surprised to see Biafrans all over the place. So we don't need, for any reason, each state does not need it. It has to be a law that has to bind it, so that in the next 300-year generation, at least those who will come up will be able to enjoy this reason for this Biafra, this killing. Because we need to look at the benefit of why we are asking for USB, why we have decided to leave this zoo, to have our self free. All these things must be put into measure, because if we don't put them into measure, then our support, our time, our struggling will be in vain. Because what we are running out of is the same thing we do not allow our children to face. It's the same thing we have taken the vow that our children will not fight for this freedom for us. The same thing that we are taking the vow that they will not experience is what we need to deal with, whether they like it or not, whether to please anybody, because you as a woman must take your decision. Because in Dubai, they cannot allow you to take their sister. They can never allow you to take their sister. For any reason that you pregnant their sister, that means to say you're not in Dubai. So for
It's even in Quran that their women cannot marry black
are you
men.
getting me?
It's in their Quran.
So for any reason for our sisters to be so selfish and greedy to marry any of them, you're on your own. That doesn't give you the privilege for us to give birth to a Afonja and put it in the army. We need to be very strict and very sincere to ourselves, because even them themselves will never, rather they will kill you. Just in Biafra land now, ordinary our boys to check a Fulani girl self in Enugu state, you're a big shit, they will kill you, they want to stab you. Talk less of.
Remember when I used to tell, I think maybe a year or 2 years ago, when I used to tell our people on the space that they shouldn't marry any or Fulani. I was being attacked that time, blah, 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 blah. Now, everybody's singing the same song I used to sing that time. And even that time, because there was a lot of our people, some of our boys, who are befriending them and, thinking of getting married and all that. At that time, there was a lot of buzz goes on me that time. So now I am so happy. Yeah.
But do you know why many of them don't want their females to marry our men? Because if they marry our men, they will have more strong gene than them marrying us. Because if they marry our women, they will capitalize on our women, because they, let me use this word. I say, I say, they have mouth. We respect Nwanwas very well. Igbo tribe. That is why they noticed that they took knowledge of this. So they prevent their own daughters not to marry us, but they rather will marry our girls so that they can come into ourselves and deal with us. So therefore, that is why in Enugu State, if you see that there are girls, most of all those ones that carry Many of them like our boys. I was in a place where one of them loved our boys so much that the boy was afraid of their brothers. Because when they noticed that the girl was coming close to our brothers, they started threatening the guy that they were going to kill him. I said, but you guys will want to carry my sisters, but you want us to carry us. What is the reason? So I understood that the reason was because when they give birth to their children, they come into us, they manipulate through those children and deal their mother. So Madikalo call them Afonja. Many of them will get angry because of that breed. Somehow, somewhere, they must have, come through that way. But if we get the hold of their daughters, they cannot have power over us, and they cannot allow you to marry their daughter. So we must put this in very important. And that's why we need to educate our women. As this Biafra is coming, within the next 10 years, 20 years, we need to educate them. Those who have not put themselves into marrying Afonjas, unlike these our useless actresses who want to become popular, who got married to Afonjas, and because of their popularity, marry Afonjas, thinking that they are doing their best, themselves the best. Why can't we marry their girls? Since we cannot marry their girls, why would they marry our girls? So any of our ladies who find themselves, giving birth for them for no reason, we will respect that child, but that child will not be in our governance for any reason, in any place in our governance, for the sake of Biafrans, for the sake of what we are passing through today, why we are dying today, why we are suffering today, is these same reasons. So by the time we deal with this thing, by the next 20 years, I believe that the sense of understood would have come to our ladies. That is why you see them don't go to barracks. They keep
only see, the thing is, even our own guys. I gave an example with my cousin, who my father didn't even go to his wedding because he married an Afghan. And because of that, when my cousin died, do you know what this lady did? She even sold his mansion in the village. Can you sold his houses in Abuja, his businesses in Abuja, and ran away. Till today, nobody knows where she is.
I've seen Afonja does that. I've seen them done.
Maybe she was even the person that killed your cousin, mouthpiece.
No. Well, no, he died. Well, he's not. I don't want to say it here because I might have relatives here that's listening, so I don't want to. Because they'll know I'm talking about. So let me just no. The only thing is that she did the unthinkable, what the parents never dreamed will happen. And the parents are still alive. And she had that heart to sell his house, his mansion in the village, under the, So, thank you. I don't know who this stupid person who's calling me all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And another thing, what they also do is because they know our culture, where is the man that owns the baby. Since the man that owns the baby, they also prefer, them marrying our girls. Automatically, the baby goes to them. You understand? So, and they wouldn't want you taking their sisters, because when you take their sister, the baby automatically goes to you. You understand?
You know that the baby
So
will
they've
also
been
have
playing on us. They have been playing on us, and we didn't understand. We didn't know it. And now we have known what they are doing. You dare not touch their sisters, but they can touch your own sister. They can marry your sister, have mixed breed that is creating troubles. Is in their mixed breed you see all these sabos and all these accountability, all those strange characters. Just allow the baby to exhibit his character, her character. You know where the mother and the father is from. Go on.
yes, because if you watch right round all where Arabs or Afonjas are dominating, that is what they do. They come into your land, they pregnant your wives or pregnant. That's why they want to kill the men and have your women so that when they give birth to them, they begin to, capitalize. The women will have no option than to teach the children their name, their language, their culture. And when they do that, they will become a pest. So we need to deal with this very well. And our women need to understand this. In this means that we are not saying that you shouldn't fall in love, but there is no how you can fall in love with an Afonja and get things right. That is why there are many in Arab. They are so jealous of any man coming close to their women. Instead of that, they'll marry, one of them can marry 100 of them to avoid any other tribe touching their women. They will decide to marry that woman. They will decide to make her a queen rather than anybody that is not of their breed to touch their women. And so all these things are also very important to us. We must make it very important. We need not to be loose. We need not to be ignorant of this. In as much as we want for the next generation to have benefits, to have the courage to do what is expected of them in Biafra, I believe that there are people listening to us. We need to avoid it. Our daughters need to avoid, and that is why our wives, our mothers need to begin to educate their daughters. I have families that you can't marry. The man has taken his vow. His daughters cannot marry anything Afonja for any reason. He has told them his reason, and the daughters always come across Afonjas to marry them. But they now notice that they can't have their father blessing if they go to Afonja. So I told them, in as much as you know this is the truth, that you must see there are Biafrans, 1 million of them who are caring. And we are the most caring men in the world. Take it or leave it. The Biafrans are the most caring and loving men. And that's why many of the women we wish to marry us. But because of they know if they marry us, God has given us the grace to be able to speak fluently, even speaking their language without them knowing who we are. But no matter how Afonja is, no matter how Afonja is trained, no matter how Afonja is educated, once you come to speak my language, I will know that something is wrong in this tongue. Even though you're the one, I will know you. But we are gifted. So, and they can't allow you to marry their daughter for that reason. They can't. And so we also need to be jealous of this, jealous of our women. And many of us don't understand that in our tribe, that our women now felt that, oh, man, in Biafra land is one man, one wife. No, it's not a case. It's not a consequences before God that a man cannot marry 20 wives. In as much as you're not infidel, in as much as you can take care of them equally. And all these things we need to put into place so that our women will not start removing this idea of one man for me. No, for that reason. So you remain unmarried and then you feel cheated. No, as much as you love a man and he's married to 20 and he can take care of that 20. My sister, it is not a sin in Christianity. It's not a sin in Jewish. It is not a sin in tradition. So in these three laws, in this three tradition, in our homeland, it is not a sin for a man to marry. But the only thing is that we avoid it for people who have the face of maybe say priesthood or are able to guide the people. Maybe they are privileged not to marry above one. But in as much as you're a man in a Biafra land, you are privileged to marry as many wives as you can. In as much as you are not infidel, you can take care of them equally. And all these things need to be dealt with so that our women will not be looking for I'm not married, this one is married. In as much as they can live together, the man need to understand this. These are things that also need to be taught in in schools, in our tradition, in our way of life. Because this is the truth. They need to know so that they can feel comfortable and feel relaxed. You won't have them, looking for a husband to marry when there is a husband there for them. Just because maybe the fingers are not equal. You might not be the first wife. It might be the second or the third. In as much as there is love, there is understanding. I've seen my uncles who married 3, 4, 5. Their children are all living together. Because the man gave them normal, proper way of teaching, how he wants it, how he does it. And the wife need to understand this. And then, another thing is our mothers need to, when a man get married, sometimes remove your hand from your children, your male children. Don't say because he's your male child for that reason, He want to enter into his family to begin to dictate. Mothers, all these things, we also need to educate them for this. In as much as man has left his father and his mother and begot a wife, they are one. That has nothing to do you anymore. The families need to be understanding. Jealousy need to die so that our sons can decide to handle their families and their wife. Because many of them are running away why they can't marry two wives or go into two marriages because of maybe mother-in-laws and father-in-laws. All these things we need to put into education. It's important we educate families. As we're doing it like this, I know many are listening to it. So we need to educate them to make them understand so that we will not have our daughters, our sisters unmarried. And because of that, they fall into a trap of one Alamajiri and one Afonja man being an army because he's an army man. And you will now decide to go and marry him when you know he has other wives also in the barracks. Why you are supposed to look for your own breed. That's why the Bible, we Jewish, you expected to marry from your tribe to avoid all these problems. They also are taking note of this. They know. That's why they are dealing with it that way. That's why they don't want you to marry their daughters. We also need to understand that it is a law that guides all of us. But we here now, we become too loose, too over educated, too over righteous, too over know. That's why we're having problem. And a man now, you'll be having concubine and hiding it from your wife. When you're supposed to discuss with your wife, even when he has begot children for you, can say, honey, I still need to marry another one. I have the money to take care of the whole family. Let him.
No, you see, this one you're saying, I don't support you,
Now,
but it's your own opinion.
just my own idea. I know you might not support it, but that's the truth. Husband and wife, they agree. Husband and wife, they agree. They come together and get another wife than you hiding it and they're having problem in the marriage. It is the truth because there's a stage a wife will go. There's a stage a wife will leave. That woman will be so tired of more multiplication and the man is still very vibrant to continue marriage. I'm telling you the truth, but these are things that we ignore.
Hey, Onisi, it's a lie, yo. It's a lie. Because while the woman is getting old, the man is also getting old. The only thing when you are marrying, use your brain. At least get somebody that is younger than you, at least 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Do the mathematics well. But telling me that it's not only women that get old, men do get old. Oh, Onyisi.
Yes, I agree that.
I
No,
disagree with you. Mm.
you know,
Go on.
Sister Stella, it's not everybody are meant to marry one wife. There are people by birth, by nature, by spiritual are meant to marry. Destiny gave them not to be able to marry one. There are people spiritual. I'm talking about. I'm not saying that every man should go and marry more than one. There are people spiritually. Destiny promote that they marry one wife. There are ones that they have given to not to marry at all. Let us be sincere. In as much as there are people who have been born into this world, they know they can marry. Not the ones that our mothers forced them to become Catholic priests to that after being Catholic priests that which they were supposed to marry, but because of mother greed, many of them became priests. But naturally, there are men who have been destined from creation to marry more than one. It is not an offensive before God. There are men. They come out in this generation, their eyes are for more than one, and they marry comfortably. If you see them into that, polygamous home, they are good in it. I'm telling you the truth.
The man is good in it. The children and the wives, because even in the Bible too, you called. Most of the men that married many wives there. Is either one is jealous of the other one. One could have a child, and the other one couldn't have a child at a particular moment and became jealous of it. I've never seen a polygamous family that they don't have problems in. But you see, like you were saying, it's a choice. So then what I want us even to tackle is a choice. If you like to marry 100, marry.
But
You
but
handle it yourself.
but my
You
but my
know.
beautiful sister,
I say what I again. So that's by the way. But what I even wanted to love to see in a USB is where, by saying this doesn't mean I promote the divorce. You understand? it's not even divorce. Their husband, and because they are dead, they will not remain like that. Men are now afraid, or is he afraid, or they don't want to go and marry our sisters. You understand? This one I'm interested with. They must go and marry our sisters that that the husband is no more. She can remarry. It's not a sin.
Yes, she can
So, but
remarry.
our people are not. Yeah, but our people are not used to good at this. When a sister's husband is dead, he has become alone now. They just leave her like that. It's
No,
not good.
but sometimes
Then before you know it, our sister will now go fornicating with Fulani and Afonjaz. That's what I even wanted to say. Go on.
sis, sometimes our women are the cause. Sometimes because sometimes they don't want to make a decision. Like when your husband is late and you're young, you have to decide. Now the children automatically, the family where you born them into. So you either take a decision that, oh, I want to train these children when they get matured and become responsible of their own. I want to remarry based on your age, based on who you are, because this urge, more you get old, the more you get matured, the more the urge balances. That is the truth. It calls for, and to a stage when you get the age you get to, you begin to die also. At least a woman from 30 something to 60, the urge is always there. For matured women, the urge is always there, unlike the premature one. But when you begin to get to 80, 90, the thing also depreciate back. So, but that is the truth. So women who are of this age, who marry into families, and unfortunately their husbands are no more there, needs also to help themselves and look at how many years is it going to take me, based on these children, to be able to cater for these children, for them to become successful and to become good in the family where I have born them into, then, and decide again to continue their life. Because even the Bible themselves teaches us that way. Are you getting me? If you can't stay, get married. If you know you cannot stay, marry. Solomon married 700 wives to 300 concubines. It was never a sin before Elohim. And all of them knew. He gave them all that he had. He gave them their responsibility. He gave them their homes, take care of them 100%. That was why there was no cost. Yes, even a single family, there's always a crisis. Talk less of when you're married to. We know that very well. Even when you marry three, we know that only one wife is 100% problem. Talk less of when you have two wives. You have 2 million problem. You have 3
And now you're
million
talking
problem.
now. You're talking now the truth. You
But that
understand? Who will now use his hands, his leg to
But
walk
still,
into
we're
fire
not
that will
running
burn
away
them?
from that. We need to multiply. We need to get our home. Why I'm saying this thing is because
But there are so many ways we can multiply. I support multiplication, and there are so many ways we can
but
multiply.
now there are women who will not want to give more than 5 or 6 children. When they got more for hashing knows how. But then we can work a one is to be there, 5 or 4 more 3 is to be there. What I'm saying is this: for us to prevent our women not to be, left alone, and they felt that the men does not love them. The woman also have the right to choose the men they want among the men they see. I know of a young lady who married, had 4 children. The husband died, and they started coming for her. She chose the man out of the brothers of the children who she wanted among them, and now she's okay. She's comfortable. That is the normal thing. Some of them see it as a taboo. It is not a taboo. It is a tradition. It is not. Christianity does not even condemn it. It is the misunderstanding. First of all, the family must decide. You must choose one. If there are none among the family, then you can go ahead and look for another. In as much as you love that family, if you love that family, you want to remain in that family, and the husband is no more, it is your right to choose one out of the family, or next of the king's men. Are you getting me? To keep yourself in that one. Except you don't like that family, then you bring up those children and move away, because that is the truth. The respect of the wife is the husband. And we need to understand this. Why we are doing these things is to protect the image of Biafrans for the next generations, so that our women will not fall into, and our men also need to understand this. We need to respect our wives. We need to love our wives. We need to give
But
them.
is anything bad? If I say what? I don't want to really get married. I just want to stay on my own. Is it bad? Because you now said that now
No,
one would do. You understand? But I know also some women want, they want just to stay on their own, and is it a crime too?
it is not a crime for a woman to stay on her
Ah,
own,
okay,
but
okay,
but
okay.
but, but also it's also a privilege and a respect to the wife, a woman. If he has a man beside him, we all know that there is a stage a woman will get lonely, and you can't run away from it. You can't run away from it.
Because
In
your mic is
lonely,
breaking.
but yeah, maybe the area.
Yeah,
It's very difficult.
your mic is breaking, and it's also because of na mma nwanyị ụdị ya. And that's why also ladies, they go to many extent in getting married. They do anything. They will also even collect another person's husband. So I want it in our USB. I want a level playing field. If you don't really want to get married to a woman, okay, okay, you're a man, and there are some men that say, you know what, you can have the rent. You go trouble one. How can I know something? That is okay. You understand? And then you decide to get this. You understand? I don't. So I'm 7 years, and sorry, 57 years, and so far I've not seen all these monogamous family do so. Nothing. It's not started discussing it. In fact, the more you look, less you see outside. What they pass through there, the ones I've met, is only stories. You understand? So I've not seen anyone good. You said your father did his own good. Okay, if we can handle it, okay. But for me, I don't support it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They think the truth is this. Families, bringing up families are very important. We bringing up our children, our daughters are very important. And most times, why polygamous having problems in many families are because of the way they some most of the time the men take it, and their wives, mother-in-laws. And sometimes I have a friend who married two wives, but the problem he faces is because the mother-in-law came into the scene. But for the past 10 years they were married, there were never a problem between both of them until the mother-in-law of one of them came into the scene. And because of that, and saw that this guy has become so rich that first wife is first wife, and the guy respect the first wife. He buys everything equally, but there's always a privilege for the first wife. Are you getting me? And there has never been a problem until the mother-in-law step in. Without that, I don't think that guy should have a problem for now. And the guy is like, did I make a mistake? Automatically, no, he didn't make a mistake. And there was no error between the first wife, because there was understanding between both of them. And the girl agreed for the second wife to come in until the mother-in-law stepped in. These are the things we ourselves need to deal with. That's why I said, once a man gets to a stage of getting married, families should let go of the guys. It is important in Biafra land, because many of families that are having problem today are from the families, mothers or fathers, either for one interest or the other. Because of one fully selfish interest on from families begin to have problem. If can let them be and decide what they want, and okay, the man need to be outspoken. I have a wife. If I want to marry a new wife, I talk to her. She said, "Oh, go ahead." We have to understand her place is her place. And when the second wife comes, I'll make it understood. This is what it is. This is how it's going to be. If she likes it, she steps in. If she doesn't like it, she continue. And in as much as there are women who are ready to do that, understanding is very important in marriage. That is why many people are afraid of telling their wife. It's because of the orientation the wife has. And many of them fall into this polygamous. It becomes a problem.
And the fact is, if your wife is not agreeing you getting another wife,
Then you
what is the
understand.
essence of you getting another wife?
You understand
So
that.
you see, before you get another wife, hold on, before you get another wife, then you must agree with your wife. And if your wife refuses, it's of no use.
Yeah.
Because I can bet you that marriage will never see peace.
That one is true.
You understand?
Is it true?
For me, I don't support it. But you, man, you know how to mangle your way, have two women to yourself. Only to sometimes it's also too much. Or it's to yourself. Okay, oh, me, I don't support it. You understand? The one I'm interested with is when our sister's husband is dead. I would love to see in our USB that our men will be able still to go out to get married to that woman. That's what I'm interested with. But
What
for
if the
you
woman
and
does
your
not
choice,
agree?
so of you having 10 wives to yourself, because really we want to increase our population and bring it to up to a standard, it's left for you. It's left for you. You understand?
What if
Because
the woman does not agree?
I've seen where a woman have only one son. She was trying and got 5 girls. The boy become the 6th one, the last. This boy, just one boy, just one, had now married and had children, one wife, have so many children. So it's only you and your intentions and what you really want. And that one, nobody can interfere with it, even the state. Our government can't even interfere with that with you. All we want is, or we don't want is fighting in your family and you are calling 119 or 911. Our police code number. That's what we don't want. Or somebody shooting themselves because they are fighting over the hereditary they are going to take from their dad. That's all the government don't want to hear. But he said you can handle it, you have enough money, okay, good luck to you. So let's I think we'll conclude it there so that that one won't take the whole topic away. You understand? We have a co-host now. Hallelujah, somebody. And we also have MID. Are you around now? I've been calling you. Maybe you were busy. If you want to have the mic, only just hold on for a while for others to also chip in something as we continue. MID, are you there? You are not there. Brian, my co-host, are you there now? You have the mic, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Stella, I greet you. Yeah, I might not be staying that long, but whenever I won't go, I'll let you know. Also, I'm so tight up, understand? So I greet the host, Mr. Stella. I greet MID, the mouthpiece of the gods. What did the God say today? I'm at all ears. Onyisi, I thank you. Emeka Rago, Honorable Snow, Sir Williams, Ezebinoya, of the Chicago. I know you're streaming it. Biafra First Love, Honorable Tumamanya, David, so many. Sorry if I don't call your name. I'll call your names, or Chuko and the rest. Ben Shugs, Osadebe, all protocol, duly observed. I've been listening to what you guys. I came in late, but I think the only thing I was able to hear about multiplication, marriage, understand. And the topic is what do you expect to see in our United States of Biafra? I owe you loan. We want to see a government that is very functional, a government that is very different from the silly, from the grave or from the graveyard and cemetery we just came out of. We want to see a government that is better than what is in Europe, what is in North America and South America, what is better than what is in the Antarctica, better than what is in Australia, better than what is in Asia. I'm calling continent. We want to see a government that is very, very relatable to the citizen, government that, as we already know, that what they set aside is very relatable, is very close to the grassroots. Want to see a government that give opportunities to many, to even the unborn, understand, to opportunity to unborn, recognize the aging people, honor the veterans, honor the servicemen. A government are going to have a stable economy, not an economy that changes every day. Government that's the economy, I mean, people that have a stable economy, like number one stable economy in the whole world is United Arab Emirates, followed by Switzerland. When I say government that will beat this number one and number two, understand, and something that's very growth, massive growth. When I say government that infrastructurally we are going to be number one in the world. I want to say a government that whenever they want to build anything, even if it's road, they have to go around the whole world and look for the best, then come back and make and beat the best. But if you want to build an airport, you see you have something like Singapore airport, how beautiful the airport is, aquarium, everything is inside the airport. You come back home and enact and build something greater than that one. I want to say government that when you want to build a road, you look for it, because we have traveled, we search for the better people that have the best road network in the whole world, and they come home and build the best. Build something better than that one. You want to say government, for example, you want to build a stadium, look for the best capacity stadium in the whole world, and what makes them the best in the whole world. You come home with the architects and have something, they put something better than those ones. I want to see a government that whatever thing we're going to put in place is going to beat the record of the existence already. So that is what I want to say. Not just you just come home and start building if you want to build the road, you start laying all this laterite anyhow, nonsense without just because I don't want to see us going back as in passion. No, we don't need to patch. We want to make sure that whatever thing we put in place is going to have some going to last centuries, and not only lasting centuries. It's going to be among the first two. I understand. You want to say government that we talk about the clippers in the whole world, understand, we want to be ahead of them, ahead of every instruction. I want to say government that when you come home, you're going to be ahead of tourists, we're going to be ahead of everything. We drop people because we have what it takes. You have everything in our land, understand? And because you're already from what the government has put in place, for what they have showed us, I think citizens will earn a living. Citizens will earn a living. It's not gonna be like it used to be. So you have somebody at 35 years old, 20 years, 40 years old, still living under the parents, under their roof. No, at 15 you're already making a living, because at 12, 10 you're already making a living because of the environment is there for you to thrive, to excel. That's what I want to see. The government have put an enable environment for people to excel. Whatever thing they touch, they excel. Your talent, they utilize it. They help you as in to bring out the best of you. Understand? Then sell your products, sell your ideas, sell everything you have in. So that's what I want to see is government have. Understand? We don't want to see a government that will start going back from where we came out from. Understand? But God forbid, we know we're not going to be like that. We want to be the best that people come home to look at, to come home to study, to come home to invest in. That's many things. So that's what I want the government to see. As in concerning what you guys just finished debating now, we need to be oriented again. We need to go back to because what the culture, government needs to set aside people that know what family orientation means. Because as it is today, many have lost that family orientation. Understand the ideas that young youths now carry in their head as in concerning family or moving into marriage is not what it used to be in the olden days. It's not what it used to be in the 80s. It's not what it used to be in the 70s. Understand? From 90 something or late 90 something, everything has just changed. You have all these all these Gen Zs and the rest, what they see in marriage, not. We don't want to see a government that when a family tries to discipline a child, you're pressing 911. In that case, 911 is not going to happen in the family when it comes to family affair. Every of our child must go through that family training. We don't care. We're not white, so we're not going to imitate white. We're not going to look at them. We're not going to be like if you press 911 for your parent because he's trying to discipline you. Discipline is discipline, no matter how.
Brian, I have a question before you go to another topic. Would you want government to train your children, or you want families to train the children, sir?
Government doesn't train children. It is the community that has trained children. That is what it is in a culture. Community trained children. Because one person doesn't train a child, it is the community, according to the culture, community, or her mother. Understand? Understand? Government don't train a child. It is you and your community. That is how it's going to be. Understand? So you don't need to, if you are thinking of coming to press 911, if you press that 911, that 911, you receive you receive a heavy knock. Sorry, am I hearing me? Are you hearing me? That 911 you're pressing a heavy knock. Even the 911 come here with this, they tell you this is it why you call us? Family discipline. They have to remove your belt and flog hell out of you. I have blown Dutcher. I have no Europe guy General America. They press 911. Understand? So this is what is not going to happen. Because they all know, even where you are today, the way a black family raise their kids is different from the way a Caucasian raise their kids. They don't care your 911, they will spark your ass. Understand? So that is what it is. So, and you don't spare it's not spare a rod to spoil a child. Our brother is not a nurse. So because in this art, this is when you see somebody tomorrow say, fuck you, mama, fuck idiot, mama. No, this is not this is a far language. So because they spare the rod, they spoil the child. So we're not gonna, you don't know, it's not gonna happen in us. Before it is far, I want to bug into. Why don't I go? Why not brought your relative? That is how we are. That is who we are. You learn that it because if for any child that went astray in a community bears the consequences. It brings a bad name to the community. It becomes a nuisance. It constitutes a nuisance to the community. It brings everything, even in community. That is community trains a child. Understand? So that is how it's going to be, and it's going to be in the constitution. So there are powers that government will not exercise. Understand? And there are powers to exercise. So again, so that's what I say, that people go on to family rehabilitation again because it has been lost. Most of the people that are coming down from Europe now, I have this friend. As far back as let me see if I can remember. As far back as 2000. This man, I think he's a lawyer. I don't know what his wife. Both of them were lawyers in the United States. They brought their 3 kids. They brought their 3 kids home from US. They brought them home, and they grew from home. As in, they became somebody before they brought them back again. Because they were going. They have 10, 15, 12. They were going astray. Well, war his body Zwo off ma. Isi ha ekuluo hapụ ha na steeti ụmụazị agba ihe ose. Their mates dealt with them. Everything, they now learned what it is to be Africa, not white. So before they are going back was around 20-something. They finished university already, and still they never allowed them. They fought their life, and they went home. So then going back, they become inducted in the culture. So this is what it is. So with this thing is, community is the one that train a kid. Our government already know what we are talking about. That is what they say, that time they launched that Minister of Justice, when they came to tell you how the civil law is working. They told you that they are bringing the civil law and the traditional law together and fix them. This was what the government said. It never came out. It never gone out of my head. Understand? And these are the things. Understand? These are the things they're gonna bring together, because no community when one federal. For every child that went loose, it affects the whole community. In the olden days, this is how we grew, and that's how it's gonna be. So that is it. Then you guys were talking about marriage and the rest thing. That's what I said, that the people need to be oriented again. Acquisition the family values. And I said, because the moment one of the spouse died, the bond ended. Your marriage ends when you lost one of your spouse. So the one that is living has the right to move or do anything you want to do, because the bond, the oath you took, died immediately. But according to the tradition, we pass here, family will take care of you. Understand? So Amara, open gazira way, but open gazira way does not mean that your house will become a breva with a cotton. No, there's still norms that you have to follow. Understand? But this one more open I say, oh, my children will take care of me. Fine. But one thing our people should know is that we are not going to be like white that bring the point 2, 3, 1 or 1. No. we have to increase, we have to multiply. Understand? We have to increase, we have to multiply. But me, I'm not gonna come here and be saying no, I'm not going to say, and I'm not going to say against in or for or against. Understand? Because before, if you're here to tell me that in the olden days we went for it, yes, we went for it in the olden days. Why? Because why we went for it for agriculture, for wealth and all those things. That was how we went for it in the olden days. Because when we will help to generate wealth through agriculture and the rest of them of the things. Understand? So some people, if you go, is your weight. My grandparents, my granny, they went, and they were all rich. Understand? My grandparents from my maternal side had like three, 21 kids, all had certificate, all went through it, were all powerfully educated, and they're all doing very great, many outside, and all their kids are the same thing. But the man has the weight, he has the faith, he has the money, he's known. Understand? But the man only also married, guys, but he could all get ngwere soro okay 1 million ọkọcha ngwere ọmaka okay. Understand? So these things, but we're nobody telling you stop or not stop. So it depends on what the government is going to bring on the table. But we're not going to leave it. We're not going to put a law that will resemble that of the foreign. We put something that suits us and something that we tell more of us. Understand? But one thing is for sure. What the government is going to create, the atmosphere the government is going to create is not going to constitute that tout or some lazy set of people, because we're not lazy. There must be work, excess work that you earn a living. Understand? You cannot stay in your parents' house for long again. You'll be moving out because there is money flowing. Understand? That we know how to govern ourselves, that we are not gonna be even this at this very moment now, we are not the poorest. As you have 5% poor people in the whole of East, while other people are having 40, 30, 50% a ratio of poor people. Understand? So this government, we have to balance the equation. So listen that you will not be thinking that one, I need the money, I need the population, but everybody must have sense.
I have a question.
What is it?
Yeah, I'm talking about our population and how to increase it. Should our government give incentives to mothers like they do here where I am? A mother, if you have 2 children, there's some amount they pay you. You have 4. The more you have, the more money they give you monthly to take care of those children. Should our government adopt that?
This is something that the government, I will not tell you we should or we shouldn't, because first of all, we look at the mentality of our people to see if they are the ones that will lazy around depending on incentives that are coming from government. Everybody has it, understand? So this is something that we sit, understand? Look at the mentality of our people, and think and look further. Is this thing going to change the mentality and make them lazy? Knowing fully that we weren't lazy. We have passed through hardship during the Nigeria, and we weren't lazy. So we think otherwise in and outside the box before we know the kind of incentive or something we put to understand. But so it's not going to be like that of the United States. It's not going to be like those of Europe. They will pay you until you become 18 years. They remove their hand. Understand? So we're not going to be like that. Understand? But we do things based on who you are operating with. The citizen, we're not reasoning it. We have go through tests. Understand? Know what we have left in us. So it's not something that I will come here and say, yes, we'll continue with the hand of the Europe and United States and the rest of them. You get? But we'll come in to the table with something fair that will ginger everybody. We push you. You even get a carpentry work, you must know how to read and write. This is the mandatory. Before they look at you, you must know how to read and write. So if you can learn that in secondary school, whatever you be, you know how to read and write, then you must have a handwork. That is what matters. That is the first law. Everybody must pass through a technical stuff. If you don't want to go to continue, you must learn a technical work. It is a mandatory vocational work, which is a mandatory thing. I don't care. It's either you know electrical something, this for carpentry something, or whatever thing you want to learn into, or you know into engineering something, or mechanic or something, whatever you call it. It is compulsory. It must be compulsory. You can go into fishery, poultry, if farming, you must. No, and it must be modern one, mechanized one. It's not gonna be the archive one. Understand? So it must be everything. All these things are put into be a mechanized part system of it. So we will work according to the mentality of our cities, what is left in us now, because now it has been contaminated. So we're not going to decide immediately. I don't know if there's another question. Do you want to ask again?
No, because you have not answered our initial question, which was Afonja mixed Biafrans. Can they
Okay.
work in Biafran armed forces?
No.
Ah. Ah.
Yeah. See, see, there is something as that Igwachala, Emagwantamu. You understand? If you cure madness, you will, no matter if you cure madness, no matter how pure it becomes, it cannot cure the murmuring. It has become is in there. See, because it is better you pursue a black goat in the daytime than in the night. A misbreed, this breed has it is a pollution. It has become a pollution. So the question is this a funja by men? As in our men marrying them, they will come to us. But if it is a woman that married them, it's not going to come to us. You go to your papa. You go to your papa. Because one had one or working in one. So if it is from the mother, go to your father's land. But if it is from the father, you are coming to your father's home. Then we know the strategical areas, there's what we call strategical areas of the government that hold the most secret. It must be a pure son, a pure breed of this from the, as in no imitation. One day, if you like, go and knock your go hug high tension. We are trying to be very, very careful. Understand? Because we are passed through these things. We can't afford to make a mistake. Understand? So if you like, go and hug high tension, you must be a pure breed, a pure blood, not contaminated. Understand? So if you're aiming to come into a military and if you want, there's a place you will end your post. There is a place you will end. Because we don't want to see no matter what, you have that blood. You must listen somehow. You have that in you. We have all seen this thing already. We have seen it. We have dealt with these people. It's just like now, for example, Sister Stella, I end up marrying an Arabian having it as a wife. It will give birth to jihadist. Must. I can't change it. It is blood. No matter whatever mixing the life he gave this guy, he must visit the maternal home one day. The maternal home people must communicate. The thought must change somehow. Even if it's not changed 100%, it must change 10, 20, 30, 40. You keep fighting. If you keep fighting this, you keep fighting to balance it. We don't have time to balance any shit. Understand? The mistake the mistake the Israelis made is by allowing some certain things that is not supposed to happen. You understand, in their community, claiming they are all one. No, we're not going to allow that. We're going to be strict because we know what we want. We know what we want. So thank you. I don't know if you have another one.
My brother, 100%. I'm waiting. I talk. 100%. 100%. Brennan, 100%. In as much as say you know be our wife. That's why I advise when you came in, I heard about talking about marriage, that instead of our women finding themselves in the hand of the Fulani, those who have given the grace to marry, which need to be educated at that time, many of us who have the grace to educate will do that, because to marry another, add to yourself than them going to their own. If we can marry their own, there is a stage you will reach for governance 100% breed. We don't want anything mixed to avoid why we are passing through comfort to us again for the next 100 generation, because many countries have died. They are dying because of these mistakes. It doesn't matter. And when you get to a stage, yalana ibinea mama, problem is always coming. But if it is 100% breed, again with limitation. What I go? So that's my take.
Thank you. Mouthpiece, your hand is up.
Yes, my sister, thank you once again. And thank you, my people, once again. I think there's one of the things I wanted to say that he has already said, like is the community that trained the child, not the government. The government has no right in training our own. We know how we train our own. If the government start, prognosing inside inside the homes, then we are done. Look at what is happening all over in the developed world. What nonsense! And then when you chastise a child, then the child now goes to the school, reports to the teacher, and then the teacher calls the social, and then the social takes away the child, and then the child starts suffering there. The child wouldn't even have that opportunity to come back to you and say, "Mommy, Daddy, I don't even. I'm so sorry for what I did," because they will start immediately brainwashing the child to suit their own narrative, which we were not going to allow. Okay, that done. So then another thing I wanted to say is the fact that I think the government should bring back, what they do when, when the students are on break. They have menial jobs they do. So if the government can do it again, that in secondary, for the secondary school students, for the high institution students, that they can now, when they are on holiday, they have holiday jobs that they can use to get stipends. I just believe that it will make our youths to stop going for this their nonsense I've forgotten. Well, for our girls going to
Is it
prostitution.
Boy Scout?
No, not even Boy Scouts is no. What I'm trying to say is our girls going to prostitution because they are not engaged with something they're doing during the holidays, because they say idle minds is devil's alternative. So I believe that if the youths are engaged, and from 12 years, a child is now is trying to rebel, kind of. So the best thing is to engage the child to have something to do after school. So I think that the best thing is to make sure that the children, the students, have something to do, to be giving them a little bit of money they can be saving to use when they get back to school again. I just want to chip that in. Thank you so much again.
Yeah, that reminds me. I just want let me say something based on what you just said now. Understand? See, that is where we come in, because you need to teach a child the process from the beginning. And what is the process? Yes, he made mention of. Can somebody hear me? Sister Zilla, can you hear me? Okay, cool. So you
We
made
can
mention
hear
of.
you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, you made mention of holiday program. Yes. See, that's what in education they teach process. In the zoo, they don't teach process in education. That is why when they come out, whatever thing you read, you still go to, after it, they turn after if like graduate as a accountant or the rest, you still go training. But if it is a system that teaches process, you don't need those training. So what I'm saying is this, they will teach you how to make money and how to save money from grade 3, grade 4 or grade 5, whatever, how to make money and how to save money. And for that is when they give you what's it called again? What they call this thing again? This small savings. They call it what they call it again. Hey, my head is full now. That's olden days now, and I want small pigeon hope, this small save that they open small. Understand? They will give you I learned it, I have it in my house. Any person that anytime my parents gave me money or somebody gave me money, I'll go and put it in my own savings.
It's
So
piggy bank, piggy bank, piggy
piggy
bank.
bank. Yeah. So they teach you this process. So that thing helped me to grow, help my siblings to grow. Everybody has his or her own. And if you're not open yours, some parents, my parents intentionally bought it for us, gives us. So when you have your allowance, I have my monthly allowances for my parents. Understand? So when they give your own allowances, me, I don't use my own now. Girls' own are always higher than mine. I queried my parents, why should girls' uh, salary be greater than mine? They're telling me they will buy cream, they will do this, they are women, they will buy they will buy sanitary something. So you know what I normally do to them? Instead of me using my own to buy cream or other things, I will waiting for them to buy cream. When they buy cream, I'll go and get empty container. I'll cut it, and put my own and mix it. I save money. Do you see this one? So they have already putting inside. They have already putting this thing in us that you must learn how to make money and save money. Understand? To invest. You get? So when I make my money, I don't think about clothes because they'll buy clothes. So I think about how do I invest. If I cannot, I give the parents. I have committed my parents. If you use it, you give it to me and you give me interest. So these things are something processes they will bring to school. Why did many families they didn't do it, but mine did it to us because they know what it is. They had it. Understand? It was passed to them. So this is something that we want to bring out and make it compulsory. Teach processes of anything. So you don't wait for university, high institution, or a high school thereabout. No, you start from grade 5 or grade 4. You teach them the process of everything. So that is it. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Guys, pick up the mic. I don't know why I'm not able to. If I get somebody up, they knock them out. Bring somebody up, they knock them out. I don't know what's happening. So please continue trying. So we'll see we can, get some people to speak.
Sister Stella, Sister
Ah,
Stella.
MID is free.
Good
Okay,
evening,
what remains,
everyone.
sir?
Yes, I've been trying to join the discourse, but I later realized that when I left home, I left my computer on while I trying to join with my set, so it wasn't possible. I DM'd you, but you're so busy. So I greet everyone here present, starting from the anchor of the program, Oni Simon Ekpa, Omeka Orabu, I think that's honorable. That's good. All of us are ministers of God, Mr. Sino Honorable. We are all welcome to this program. This topic today touch multidimensional angles, and it's good we just cool down and meditate over all of them. But I have to assure you that the government, I've already said, just as our Prime Minister said, that the model we're going to use in Biafra is not going to be exactly the Western model. We are also going to remember our own. We are going to make it ex novo in the sense that we will sit down and study everything. Just like when you watch the religions of Biafra, we say the three principal religions are traditional religion, Christianity, and Jewish, vice versa. So it means religiously, we have already known that we are all recognized. Also, culturally, education wise, and work wise, invention wise, the government must sit down and study everything in such a way that nothing will be seen as will be taken for granted. For example, because this is our government, it's the first time Africa is trying to be independent, real independence. When you are dealing with real independence, it means that we must prioritize our own culture. All those things that we used to take for granted, no, it must be studied. For example, there is something that the Western world kept a kind of blunt eyes. When we talk about population, demography, which is the study of population growth, and population growth is divided into two, masculine and feminine. Demographically and statistically, the number of women supersedes that of men. And the Western world has not resolved the problem of, let's assume now that in a country you have 200 million, or let me just put it 80 million. That 80 million of Biafrans, you divide it in masculine and feminine. When you go counting them, you see that the number of the feminine supersedes that of masculine. Now, if everybody gets one wife or gets one husband, the question is the remnant, the one that remains, how can we resolve their issue? How can they themselves be satisfied sexual wise? The Western world has not resolved that problem. Although in some part they resolved it in a way that I don't know how I'm going to put, like place like Switzerland and Germany. The birth house that is called strong room, and they use those that are remnants to make money, which is not good. Ethically, it's not good for women to be used for prostitution, for illegal prostitution. But what I'm trying to say is this: the government has said that as soon as we get Biafra, everything concerning human relation must be studied, and it must be voted or against or in support. Not just that we can just come and do something traditionally or according to the Western system. Everything will be studied. Our forefathers were not stupid by permitting polygamy, but at the same time, there is no rule written anywhere that governs polygamy or bigamy, because you still have bigamy when when a woman has more than one husband. What I'm saying is this: our population is not going to suffer anything at all. Anything concerning our former way of life and the contemporary way of life must be studied in such a way that there will be balance. Nobody will be cheated. That is also applicable to property law. Biafra will create property law in such a way that everybody will have right to share his or her parents' property. All will be studied in the parliament. So that because I choose to opine on the last. Then, as it concerns the military participation, there are something you call, priority. Biafra, Aboriginal Biafra is priority. Then you still have second consideration. Under second consideration, in terms of military, means that just as our leader previously had an accord with Odudua people. So under that accord, we have what we call joint. We shall have what we call the military operation. Already we had it with the Ambazonia. Right now we have joint military operation. So it is very, very simple. The people that come from Yoruba, as far as we have already established our union, and if in the future, if it is intensified in joint operation, we can do our things. But for the first period of time, those that will enroll in military shall be, Aboriginal Biafrans. Then as long as we go on, law will be amended, and based on how people behave, so it will be amended. So the bottom line is that the government is not going to abandon anything. All those things, or to leave anything behind, all those things that's used to cause, for example, communal clashes, must be resolved by this government, by the government of Biafra. For example, based on the plan we have from the military department and Ministry of Defense, we have already planned that all those areas that our people used to be dragging lands. For example, the areas, the land dispute between the Isobo and the Ebonyi people. We are going to resolve that boundary quest by building what you call ring roads in that boundary, and also converting some areas where you have boundary dispute into multinational company establishment. At the boundary, we just put it all, just like imagine a situation where you have this land dispute, you build a connection airport, or you build the high speed train track there, so that the problem of land dispute will be resolved. So the government of Biafra is going to sit down and make sure that everybody, as far as Biafra is concerned, is satisfied that we found a lasting solution to all those things that makes African system to be not to be appreciated, not to be seen as something emulative. So that's what I wanted to say. Although I am still on the way, but this discourse is very, very important. But as far as government is concerned, we are not going to do it the way our forefathers used to do exactly. No, 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 no. We are going to modernize it. And we are not going to bring the Western system and say, our own forefathers used to make mistakes. No, everything will be studied. If you watch the way our prime minister, is manning this liberation, you see that it has never been the same style that the Western choose. We are using the the center between the Western world style and the African system. So at the end, everybody is going to be satisfied. If women want to be on their own, they already recognized, just like in the bridge. Even the number of women that honorable member supersede those of the men, but it was not given to them because they are women. It's because there is merit. People brought themselves out. We saw their capacity and we clap for them. Nobody said that they were women, because there is the principle of equality. So let me yield my mic for now and let us continue. It's a very good discourse, but the government is going to make sure that there is laugh from our mouth. So dialectically speaking, thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to say something. Thank you for that. Yeah, society influences people, and in this aspect, I just want to ship something our government should put in order. Government will not be given an avenue or a room whereby some people, some frustrated either man or woman, will come on openly, either by their broadcasting or using their page or whatever to start telling our people that feminist, all these things, that it's better you stay on your own. Man is Jesus, man is nothing, this is not good. Such thing pollute our culture, is not in our culture, and should not be allowed to be aired openly. If you want to say something, be inside your room. I'm saying, in as much as that there will be what we call full democracy, whereby media is free to operate, but not to the aspect of not to the detriment of our culture, of who we are, but by coming out openly advocating for women to be on their own, live on their own. We don't need a man to survive. Who gave birth to you? How do you come into existence? So these things will not, that one particularly, plus the other one I don't want to mention, because until we get our government, then we'll battle for that one. And we know what I mean by that one. Ndipontu, understand? So we'll leave it.
Yes, I do. Let me just open. Let me just put a little light there.
Minister, we don't talk about that to save our government face first until we come. Your government now will tell them when I had that one to understand. Good.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say, I'm at the same page with you. What I wanted to say is this: that our prime minister have already responded to this. He said we are not going to do exactly what the Westerners do. We will get the good one from there. We will still get the good one from our own, but our own is priority, because there are things, it's because of envy. We have, because all of us, we are Christians, we are still Christians, but we later saw that the secret behind all this one man, one woman is because of envy against Africa, because of population quest. That was the reason they introduced that. Just like they brought foreign religions to us, making us to despise our own, telling us that the angel is white, but the devil, making us to believe that the devil has our color. So, and we bought it like that without knowing that we are on our own. So we are going to sit down and study everything concerning us, sit down on a round table, discuss it with cogent reasoning. At the end, reasoning will supersede the opposite. So that's what I'm trying to say. With reasoning, we will do the right thing. It is very, very automatic. But things goes wrong by the time people don't apply reasoning. Because I myself, as I am, I cannot support somebody. Here we are saying, I've been listening to this dialogue that the Arabs are so jealous that you cannot even marry their daughters. They made example with the Saudi Arabia and
Please,
Arabs in general.
is anybody hearing anything? I'm not hearing anybody again. No.
Only
Ah,
thing I drop so that you come back again so you can hear. Or let me drop
I
you.
can hear you now. I can hear
can you?
you now.
But you're not hearing MID speaking because MID is speaking. So what you do is
But
to
are you hearing them?
go out and come back, and that will settle it.
Okay, you can drop. You can drop me now. Can't hear any
Okay.
of them.
Go on MID.
Network. So what I'm saying scientifically, as we have noticed that look, some tribes or some ethnic groups, better to say some tribes like the Arabs, are so jealous that they don't want their daughter to mix with others. So shall we be jealous too? So instead of somebody, just like our sister said, that our men should not abandon those our sisters that unfortunately happen to lose their husband, and two, they don't have anybody from the family, to continue the marital story. That our men should try to go and rescue that by asking their hand in marriage. That is scientific too. So, but in the Western world, this kind of thought has already diminished from their head. That's the reason why those ministers who open from the Ministry of Culture and the, and religion, tolerance, brought that in the government, and we all agree that we are going to study all those things, just like the use of our traditional military protective mechanism, which our people used to say, no, this one is not good, though. This one is Ekwensu. We will study Ekwensu just as we study God and we study Christianity. We will all study that scientifically. And if it is good, anyone that is good, we will, employ that into our system so that we can use that other people didn't have to go on to sail positively. But the one that will wound us, we will remove it. So even in some African countries, I have seen like Zanzibar, a country that is called Zanzibar. Women do bigamy in the sense that they themselves marry men, something like that. So there are some places in Africa where those things happen, but we should not condemn. But the best thing the government is going to do is to study every avenue. If it is positive, if it is doable, we do it just like what the scientists do. Not condemning everything, but we study the one that makes sense. We will do it. We add it to the value we had already. So the level we are now, I myself, I'm one of the most happiest, human being, Biafrans, on seeing the rate we're using in comprehending this liberation. By the time we get ourselves, all the ministers will be coming to the parliament with initiative, which is not only building roads, on social, on human, it will be discussed. Then we will grab sense out of it, the one that makes sense, we put it in our system so that we'll be the envy of the world. Because as it is now, the world is going under confusion. So, and we cannot follow them. We will study everything concerning us and create a perfect society that will be, envied by many others. So that is what is there. God has given Africa very, very big blessing. But they tell us there that black man is not good. But when you cross here, if you go to do blood transfusion, you know that the blood that they select is black blood, black blood everywhere. Those that are very close to the health system, they will understand that our own blood is numero uno. During the COVID, none of us suffered COVID, at least from the country where I reside. It was the white people suffering COVID. We ourselves, we didn't suffer. Then we are tactically using our blood to save others. So we are going to discuss our matter with love. The one that function, we will collect it. The one that makes no sense, we will tactically reduce it, and satisfy everybody. Because in Biafra, there is the principle of responsibility. Man knows his responsibility and woman knows his responsibility. We will combine it together and create a perfect society. As far as the military is concerned, we have already adopted what you call a ultra-modern hospital plan, and I'm one of those that are behind that is my ministry, is one of those that is behind the planning for the hospitals, for the ultra-modern hospitals, not what they're doing there. When Biafra comes, forget about that we are suffering now, asking people to donate. But by the time we get our sovereignty, all those money belongs to the government, and the government is going to make sure through its ministries and ministers, or through its serving and well-tested and trusted politicians, we do, or servicemen, it's better to say servicemen, we make sure that that thing is being done more than the way it is done in Finland or in the Western world.
So I have
Because,
a question for you.
yeah, go
Because
on.
I heard you talk about politicians now. That was why. So, and I wanted to
Yeah.
ask, our government, should we adopt, how many party system are we going to adopt? Two-party system or multiple party system? Sir.
We haven't even reached to that level, but watch what you call technocracy, because we'll be taking the template always from the style we use in with this liberation. If you watch, you see that people volunteered themselves. So based on that template, people volunteered themselves, and they were being interviewed. They were being asked their CV. And practically, because if you cannot practicalize what you studied, you cannot be allowed to be in that department. For example, now we should be looking at the type of system, political system, that is called technocracy. Technocracy means that you should practice what you have learned. Not only those who have certificate. If you are a mechanic, you can also work in the ministry as mechanic expert, because we have mechanic in our parliament. We already have it. People that knows how to do something practically, not only those, because there are some people that read engineering, but if you ask them how to mold the block, they don't know how to mold the block, or how to wire foundation, they don't know it, or how to do carpentry, they don't know it, or how to do practice mason. If you are an engineer, you're supposed to know how to do carpentry work. You're supposed to know how to mold block. Supposed to know how to draw the building plan. You're supposed to know it. So it is going to be a kind of democracy, not that kind of politics where you do politics as business. No.
Sorry, sir. An engineer that cannot even do common pegging.
So that's it. We are going to do technocracy, to practice technocracy, not politics where you put people who don't know anything. For example, you cannot, I myself, I'm not a medical doctor, and I cannot be the minister of health because I'm not a medical doctor. But if you insert me in the military, I know it. If you insert me in building and construction, I can do very perfectly, or in administration, because these are things that I study. So we are going to use that kind. Then at the same time, if somebody knows how to cook, although he didn't went to university, now there will be, because I'm telling you what we have discussed in the government, what you call civil education. And after that civil education, which will be conducted from county to county, what you call local government and development centers will be conducted. And after, who passes will be given certificate that replaces that of university. Okay? That's why our leader said, when we get Biafra, everybody will go back to school for reorientation. Now, it is the Biafran government that will give a fresh certificate. Just like when you go to Finland, they will give you certificate. So with that certificate, you can work as a cook under our parliament, because we are going to have many functionaries so that our society be well represented. It's not only those who has a PhD, because many people who had PhD has only ended up in translating PhD as push them down, which is unwanted in our society. Anyone you know how to do. Yeah.
MID, not like the ones in Nigeria who have a doctor degree, who cannot even do operation or give medical or prescribe any medication. Not that kind of ones.
No. Anything close to Nigeria is something dead by arrival.
Doctorate degree is different. You have medical section or educational section. Those ones are different ball game. And they can be a doctor of a science, but they're not a medical doctor. So
what we're trying to say is that when Biafra comes, the team, the diaspora, will play a very, very important role. That's the reason why you first of all had government in exile. Then government in exile paved the way for the creation of the de facto government in homeland. And it is the government in exile that gives order to de facto government in homeland. Why is it like that? It's because we are bringing a new system that we supersede, that we save the people from the awkward spot. So everything is going to work perfectly. If you watch now practically, the government in exile introduced, first of all, the online voting of our referendum, which later gave birth to on-ground voting. And if you watch the on-ground voting, it is going very, very perfectly. You never see the faces of those who are going, but you see the line. So that is to show you that we are trying to have a perfect system. And by the time we have our sovereignty, people will sing Hosanna, if Hosanna means praises to God, because the experts will, in terms of humbly and professionally, lead this new nation to perfection. That is the reason why they say politically, in terms of scientific politics, real politics, that having a strong institution creates what you call discipline in a system. The reason why there is no corruption in the army, in the Western worlds, like, for example, Finland, military doesn't harass. In fact, you cannot see the military in the streets. You will see them in the borders, what we call national guards. Whereas the policemen are in the city, but you don't see them wielding AK-47, because that thing that makes people to be corrupt has been removed by the government. That thing that makes people to be unemployed has been resolved by government. That is the reason why the government also intend that as soon as the border or contemporaries, as we are securing our border, we will indulge into agriculture immediately, because first of all, we have to save our belly. We indulge into massive agricultural revamp. From there, we will indulge into housing and road construction, infrastructural activities. By the time we are doing this, we enter into industrialization. I know that we will first of all do the urban planning, so that according to Nnamdi Kanu, our supreme leader, that we will be building skyscrapers, we'll be having quarters, okay? We build skyscrapers, we bring a quarter like this, we build skyscrapers there, so that we will remove those who were living in the villages and decide them to live inside those skyscrapers, which are called people's house, or you may imagine low-cost house, but in a modern, in a very modernized way. In a very modernized way, such a way that there will be space for both industry and agriculture. Because by the time you have industrial revolution and agricultural revolution, you have created job opportunity. Now, as our people are coming out of the school, they have already got where they will be working. And also our educational system is very simple. It's more of technical than all these things you're seeing today. When you're in the primary school, you're already practicing. You finish your secondary school, you can establish, you can have the establishment, and the government gives you the certificate. So nobody, that thing that makes people to be indulging into crime will be drastically removed. Okay, now that thing makes the police not to be wielding AK-47. Police will be without gun, because already we have been converted to civility. That is the reason why they say there will be a kind of civil education. No, you have had a social education, political education. You will have a civil education, which is will be given to everybody. Everybody will be educated on civility, on how to live together, on how to respect rules, on the reason why the law must not be bent. Look at the zoo today. Nnamdi Kanu have superseded them to the extent that the United Nations have given their own directive, or what you call opinion, that this man is a freedom fighter. Release him and beg, go genuflectingly and beg this man, and also give him compensation. But for the fact that they don't have civil education, they don't know what is called rule of law, they still hold the man, because the man is under their own country, in the sense that they are holding him in the territory called Nigeria, domestic jurisdiction. They held him against the wish of the law, and they are shamelessly going to the parliament, calling themselves parliamentarians. So those people are not politicians because they don't understand the value of the law. But the Biafra is going to prioritize the respect for the value of law, because law is not sin, but it is you giving value to your system, gives automatically value to law. If you, just like most of us are living in the Western world, if you want to pay a franco bull for a particular document, they say that, for example, the franco bull costs $3 or €3. You cannot pay more than that or less than that. The officer will tell you, this is the amount you pay. Even if you come with more than that, you say, no. For what reason? What will I write to the government that it's the reason why you are paying more than $3 or €3? You say only €3. That is to show you that the maturity has sunk into them. So, and they're practicing it because they know that that thing they're doing is for themselves and for the society, for the glory of the law. So this particular character maturity, social maturity, is going to happen in Biafra. That is the reason why the diaspora is leading. And you are seeing the de facto government practicing it in homeland. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen before our eyes. I yield my mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Guys, I think we'll be winding down since all of us here, people that are not picking mic or they're having problem to pick mic. I don't know what.
So there was a call coming to my. Are you hearing me? Can you hear me, Sister Stella?
Yeah.
A call is coming. Somebody should continue. This is a very nice discourse. Biafrans should be happy and pray. We are Africans. We always say pray for our prime minister, positively speaking, and pray for our government. The government is here to clean the tears in the eyes of our people, because all the experts are surrounding our prime minister and more are still coming. And I can assure to you that many countries who have been wishing that Africa rises, they are happy and they are watching us. After the 2nd of December, you will see many supports. I know that the Afonjas, not necessarily the Afonjas, the corrupt politicians will be trying on the illusion to do more, but hence we have put our signatures and our sigillum in that Magna Charta of Biafra. It is over. All of that things they're doing is gross violation, and we must defend our land and bring that development, that long-awaited development. We will bring it. We have our international team already, people that are begging us to partake because they know what it means. Those natural resources mostly are embedded in our territory, and they know that we understand the game. So we are not alone. That is what I'm going to say before I leave this mic. God bless you. Buona continuazione. Thank you.
Thank you, our MID bridge. I appreciate you. So, like he said, USB will clean the tears of our people. Yes, we have cried enough. Even the only one I'm crying always in the space. They will clean our tears. They will clean my tears. They will clean everybody's tears. You understand? Because we have suffered enough. We have suffered a lot also in the hands of one Nigeria terrorist government. You understand? So we can't wait to begin to see the rollout of USB. And also we also learned that USB will reorient. How do you say it? Orientation. We will get our brain straightened up. You understand? And also what I learned this evening is that our brothers and sisters that are already, you have one handwork you're doing or the other, any job you're doing, try and add some little training on it and keep the certificate. That's what I understood. Anything, you are a mechanic, you are a plumber, do some little training as much as you can.
That one is not a problem, Mr. Stella. Understand? Because Professionals will
Get
come in.
yourself ready.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
That one is not a problem when you go like for technical schools, because professionals will come in to organize training and train people. You know why? It's not in Bongo. It's not in Niger already. Professionals in all these fields of life will come in, train people that cannot be able to further the education to university level. Understand that? If like what I made a submission before. Like I say that if we would take down technical schools out of the different from schools. Some countries call it vocational schools. Understand? Some countries call it technical schools. There you will learn many things. You learn different aspects of professions, be it electrical, plumbing, be it construction, be it everything. With pure of practical. Understand? So even when you go to even in your schools, you're going in theory, practical, and your practical will be in the field of your endeavors. Understand? So like today, I sometimes like that there was this friend of mine, this classmate of mine. Today, I think he's moving almost to professorship. I just laugh. There was a time we were talking. I asked my fellow classmate, "What is this person going to professorship for? We know your brain. We know your capacity when we were at school. You're Dundee. This is why how you people kill education in the zoo. Understand? You are now moving into professorship. When we are students, you are nothing. You cannot even you cannot even defend a topic. You cannot even defend a seminar. But now they have made their way into professorship. And what again? See, this is a system that we are not going to allow to happen. Some of them have gotten themselves doctor this. I'll just be laughing where I am. See, I know your ability. Understand? Because we were all there. So now, this is something you bought with money. We were not supposed to be bought with money. But when a real practical and that your area is cost for, they cannot defend it. So for whatever thing you claim to be or to have or to be practicing, you must defend it. Understand? And some people cannot even be. The only thing that is not obtainable in a technical school is medicine. The College of Medicine is not obtainable in any technical school. You must head it to the last before you go mother. Understand? Before you have procedures now from mother. So those ones are not obtained in technical school. But every other thing can be obtained in technical school, be it aero, astrology, only thing you want to talk about it. And again, law. Understand?
Bro,
so
permit me to interject. Permit me to
go
interject.
on.
Now, we are not going to. Oh my goodness! You see, I'm laughing because of Soludo, Professor Soludo.
No, don't mind that man, no. MAD. No. For that man, sorry, for that man, I know that man ability, but the way the zoo turned him is something I don't know. That man is pure, is naturally intelligent. Naturally, he came out with first class. But the way the zoo turned him, he was a professor, visiting professor in London and USA.
Yeah.
I know this man pure.
Yeah.
But the way they turned him is something I cannot tell.
Look at what he did. The first thing he did at the inception of office. I don't want to talk about how he was elected to that office. The first thing he did was to disenfranchise the Agboro people. And these Agboro people are men and women that used to collect tax for government. And they feed their family through that taxation, that tax collection. He disbanded all of them, and all of them turned to kidnappers. Without alternative, what did the law of economy say? You cannot change without alternative. And he calls himself a professor. And secondly, look at the kind of people that are surrounding him. He's the one sending people to be using Akodo. Akodo, what is it called in English? Is it mortar? To be breaking people's legs. Where is the humanity? Where is human right? That is not a professor for me. For me, he's a professor of a tout. He's a tout.
He's a rogue.
You see?
He's a rogue.
That is not the kind of thing. That's not the kind of thing we'll be having in Biafra. You'll be seeing officers Being afraid of the law, that is what I'm trying to say. The civilians, they will be enjoying themselves. Nobody can take shishi more than his salary. Your salary is controlled already. We have had a database. This is a pure heaven because we are going to supersede the Western world. The loophole we see in the Western world, we will fill that loophole. That is what our leader said, and our prime minister seconded that. So I myself, I don't know the kind of happiness I'm having in my heart because I've seen almost the whole planning. If I start talking about, in fact, one of these days I'm going to invite the director general of Women and Children Affairs, Women and Children Services, so that she will, because this discourse concerns her, so that she will enumerate the plan concerning how Biafran government.
If some of them are spaced, you know, if some of them are free, you understand, and there's a strong space on, we can call them on. Understand? They them do one or two in a space. Understand? It's called a free.
I'm going to speak to the director general personally because all these things are needed for our people to understand, you know, based on departments. For example, let me just break a little secret. The Biafran government has planned that as soon as Biafra is restored, what I mean is by the time we have our full sovereignty, everything is under our hand. With our database, the government will start paying women, pregnant women and women that have delivered. They will start paying them. The amount will be established in such a way that they will believe that they have a government, because normally the government is supposed to be
population don't supposed to be that one now. Population don't go increase now. I don't know what's
No, there will be also limit. There will also be limit of birth. There will everything will be. There will be limit. Okay.
Please, not with the Fulanis or Punjabs, not with them.
No. There will be a mechanism that will make people to detest cross-carpeting, what you call bandwagoning. People will not be doing bandwagoning. You must love to be with your, instead of a Fonja or what you call the Fulani. It's better that you go and marry a man that is already married. It's not a sin, but it will be discussed.
MID, I support you. I appreciate what you just said. Sister Stella, I didn't hear that one.
So
oh, you see, this thing is really hungering you. Go and marry now. Still, like not holding you. The only thing is take good care of them. That's what I'm saying. Because to take good care of one woman is a problem. You carry two, put on your head. See to eat.
We
See to eat.
are already in population of around 100 million in Biafra already. Understand? We still need to go ahead. We still need to click it. We still need, because our land is still big. Understand? At least let me tell you one thing. Do you know United States here? Or not even do you know United States, not even do you know, one of my family, United States, gave birth to 8 kids. Understand? But his own case is different. Or you can have like 4 engineers. You have to like 4 engineers there, 1 medical doctor, no, 2 medical doctors. So that one is different. Also, because all the capable. But you understand? But that one is, again, you know, they still receive government incentives. Understand? But in zoo, 6 is okay with government incentives. I actually don't think about move. What you know you're fertile.
Let me interject to help Sister Stella so that she will understand when I say the principle of equality or equity that is written in one of the 4 pillars of Biafra. You know, one of the 4 pillars is equity and justice. Okay, now it may surprise you that in Biafra the law may say that if a woman wants to have 2 husbands, it could be possible. Hence, it is discussed and approved. So, because there are some areas in Biafra land where the Ada don't go to marry, it stays in the father's compound. So that kind of people also be bigamous, let me put it, or polygamous. So, but it must be the sense behind this is that anything we're doing in Biafra must be discussed in the parliament. If there is sense in it, it will be approved. Like all these things that cause landed property problem. There will be the creation of what you call particella, meaning that the government will know the whole lands that we have and the boundaries, so that
There are some
I can't
norms that
hear
we are
him
not going to
again.
shake
Please
or
come back
exchange
on my
because
can't hear you.
it's already culturally oriented. So all those things.
Need to maybe also will be discussed because there is nothing that should be hidden from the eye of the government. Because there are some women that have more than one husband, but we have to legalize it. There are some men that have more than one wife, but instead of doing it under crooked level, it should be legal. And we will pose a limit of birth per woman. Limit of birth per woman. Maybe we may say 5 per woman. Okay, and when you put it as a law, it will not be too much. Instead of doing it in a crooked way, or doing it in a hidden way, you do it in an open way, in a matured way. Then if people know that they cannot, that the economic capacity is not up to taking care of children, they should only give birth to one. So very simple. To crown it all, everything must be in regular form. We will put it on the table and study it. Nothing will be left behind. The reason why African civilization, apart from colonialism, had a problem is that Africa ignored certain things. They called it tradition. They put it to one side and said, this one is religion. Everything must be studied. For example, all these pastors that are doing nonsense, religion already will be regulated in such a way that you cannot call yourself a pastor. You'll be using religion to be defrauding people. Everything must be proof. If you say you do miracle, you do it, we see it. If we didn't see it, that's the end of your own ministry. You see, we'll be doing things in such a way that we'll be liked everywhere because there are many potentials embedded in us that we have not exploited. The government will give ample opportunity for us to exploit that our God-given talent. That is what I'm trying to say. And I think it is a welcome development. So nothing will be left behind. If women, in fact, let God give us life. Because I myself have seen women that are married, not legally, to more than one husband. I have seen, just
That
like
one, we're not
in
going to allow that
Africa.
one. Monology. We're not going to allow that one because it's not going to be a norm. It's not going to allow that one. It's not culturally, it's not in our culture like that. Understand?
No, I'm coming. There is one point I want you to understand. We are not basing government based on culture only. We base government based on the decision of the people. And how do you know the decision of the people? By the opinion, which is represented by their own, that is, the people will gather themselves in their countries and say, this is what we want. Then they push it to the representative. The representative will come to the parliament. It will be discussed. If they are not satisfied, we throw the referendum. Just like what is happening now. They will vote it. People will vote. The majority will carry the vote. If it is not good, you will see that majority will condemn it. Hence, it is condemned. Nobody will practice that. So nothing is an exception. All this polygamy we are talking about, it must be discussed. But I said from the beginning that there is a problem that even the Western world that we think that are perfect, that they have not resolved. The problem is that we as human beings supposed to understand that we have sexual urge. Let me put it in that way. Now, if it is one man to one woman, statistically,
Libido.
the number of women the number of women in everywhere in the world supersedes the number of men. The question now is, how can the other women that are left behind satisfy their both sexual urge and also marital, necessity? How? That is the question that they have not resolved. And the reason why some countries like Germany and the Switzerland introduce the legal, strong house, protected house, where women are being seen in glasses doing nonsense. You see it? So they resolve their own in that way. But we, Africans, it is not good for us. But we must derive a system to resolve this equation. This simultaneous equation, we will find a way, and it will be subject to voting, either by parliamentary voting or referendum. I think the best, when things become difficult, it will be thrown to referendum. Then the majority will carry the vote. You see, the whole problem will be solved. Because these are the two systems you use for direct,
It's all right, but
yeah.
we remember also because we are the children of Chukwukika Abiyama. He also left some laws for us, and that one we must not throw it under. We must also consider it always because from what we are seeing, around the world. Any country that begins to remove God in their midst clashes, have real problems. So whatever we do, remember we have laws
Yeah.
from Chukwokike. We say we believe in.
Yeah.
And we will be able to, our government will be able to, so we want our government to also be able to work with the laws of Chukwokike. Some people can call it
You know,
moral. So
Sister Stella, Biafra
that
land, one of the Biafra land motto will be "In God we trust," like it is in the United States of America. In God we trust. Understand? So in the same will be in Biafra land, in God we trust, because we are religious people.
Yeah. Spiritual. That's it. That everything we're
From
doing
you
is
cited
God
in
first.
Germany, they have almost 50% or 49% of them saying they want to be single. They don't want to go into marriage. The same with Sweden and the rest. These people have high number of people saying that, hey, they don't want family things. They don't want to be. They want to be alone. Understand? So those are the things that contributed to the higher number of the feminine genders not being into marriage. When you go into the number of people, percent of people that say that countries that have higher singles, so this is their case, and that is why it's like that in that area. So, but in our land, our people are only 18 years. So now it is the stupid ones now that started claiming feminists or something. But those feminists want to have child. Some of them have kids. Some of them already have failed marriage. Some of them failed relationship, of which they caused by themselves because they don't want to obey simple word, which is submission, total submission according to the culture. It's already not working in on our idea, which is not proper. Understand? So that's why like I said before, people will still be taught on family orientation again. Because the people are one and believe okay. Understand? Because you have one or two, or you can obtain one or two, or you have gotten some stupid education. You want to say that you're equal to a man, you're equal to your husband. You don't want to be under somebody, which is not good. Understand? So when it comes to Germany, the case Sweden and Switzerland, they already on their own culture that say that they want to be single, and their percentage of singles are very high. If you Google it, they will still tell you that. So our own case is different. So I don't believe that we're going to have a number of those out of marriage. Understand? Except we will come into some culture and tell them your list has to come down. Because there are some areas that are least as exorbitant, it's too much. And I say your marital list has to come down to some certain things, to certain area. Then another one is this: divorce. The issue of divorce, we must put a strict measure. It will go into you go through, because some people will be thinking that it's going to be like that of the modern world. If you divorce, you okay, 50-50 or get I nọkwa na Europe ka anyị ji mba ofesi. This is our culture. Before you gbasa ekpegide ikpe niile gbasa nwanne ihe anyị ji bata ihe anyị iji bịa ka ihe eji ọbụrụ akwa ike iji bịa ihe anyị that one you obtain were ya na understand ọ bụ katacha afụfụ ịbịa gbubie onye mebi dị onye mezi okwu. It will make them that small thing I gbasa ebe mara na you get 50%. That 50% is not in our culture. Ị ga-agbakwa ka wela. So these are the things that we will go into. And again, is this a man beating a woman? It's not going to be possible.
Yeah.
You can't do that again. So with that things, we will just stop. Understand? So these things will go through it again, because before we go to the federal. So thank you.
So my brother, yeah. Just a second. What I'm trying to say is this: even the West, what they're doing about on now concerning the how dangerous that divorce is leading them. Now they're changing style. If you just come now, they will not guarantee that to you immediately. They won't. They have to do investigations. They have to be calling you, come today, come tomorrow, till you yourself you'll be tired. Before ever that thing happens, they must have ascertained the truth behind the two of you. That's another thing. So when our prime minister and our leaders said, we are going to build Biafra from scratch. And I must have said it here that, look, that we're not going to leave anything behind. We are going to study everything. Nothing is not important. And we place it on voting. the majority carries the vote. The voting is not only parliamentary voting, because if the majority knows that, look at feminism or the other one, they will vote against it. So, and by the time it is being voted against, that one cannot continue that kind of nonsense, because we cannot do things that we take Biafra down. But what we give glory to Biafra, to our existence, I think that is what the government is going to do. So all this is good that we're discussing it. But what is important here to take home is that Biafra will adopt the highest and purest democracy in terms of, if this sister brought or brings this idea, her own opinion, nobody will say shut up. We will subject it to voting. If it is a wrong opinion, they will vote that opinion wrong. If it is a man, because it's not only woman that has this urge of, satisfying self, ego, if it is a man that brings it, yes, we will not say shut up because this is a taboo. We will subject it. At the end, those ones that we create negative impact to society will not function. Because if you watch now, you see that the majority is yearning for Biafra. That is also what is going to be the replica by the time Biafra comes. So all this preoccupation shouldn't be of preoccupation, because the government is going to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. And for us to make sure that there is a perfect society, we will take it to voting. Then the majority will carry the vote. And you see that our culture, those good ones, it will be uplifted. We also say that all this it will be banned by the Biafran government, because it is not by Okite that you get money. It is by your handwork and your intellectual work. You get money, not by Okite. So we also place it to voting. The majority will carry the vote, and we create a perfect society. We will study all these our mythology. The ones that is good, we make it the monopoly of the government. For example, when we were doing research, we saw that the white people kept our protective Odeshi in their museums, saying that this is what Africans used to deal with them. And the people that are, it may surprise to you that some countries like Burkina Faso did incorporated Odeshi in their military system. And that system, when I say Odeshi, means that they have structurally a department, spiritual department inside the military that averts them when the enemies are coming, and they use that to avert and to subvert about 8 attempted coups against Ibrahim Traore. Let me stop for now. You continue. Say good day, discuss. God bless Biafra. Thank you.
Yeah, my brother MID. Honestly speaking, I love your contribution towards this agenda. Also, I'm also in support of what Brand, my brother William, has just said. There are certain things, though, like you said, will be put into vote, but certainly there's what nature doesn't call for. Because many of us are travel China, but now with these other cultures that are not supposed to be our culture, but we know the truth, because I'm in times to come again where some argument over it. But the truth is, and when certain things as Biafrans, that are not godable, that we cannot accept, and that's why I said at the earlier stage, again, when good orientation to people, again, we study, again, orientation, because Nigeria, MENA people, they have lost their tradition, they have lost their ethics, they have lost everything, and then we see, and other religion now with this I start buying other religion, buying other cultures, buying other things, and that are not meant for us. Why be alone? Why? Okay, alone, okay. All those things are nonsense. We can't accept it, and being who we are, because like our supreme leader says, Biafra is a God-owned land, and the three religion anyway has to do with these laws that cannot accept it. That is the truth. So I want to allow our brother whose hands is up, because we have said a lot, Archbishop to put up his own. Thank you very much.
Hallelujah. God bless you. God bless everybody on space. MDD, I bless everybody here, Stella, and Mary Tockham, and everybody, Brian, MID Bridge, I bless you. On one hemene ebe edejiri be nwe biko no na nchọrọ ikwu ni. Onye o relate, please try to make sure that you correct this problem or hapụ ewuru anyị asị ewepụ aka enwe n'ofe before ka ọ aka mmadụ. Onye nwere nwanne na abroad nọ na diaspora nwanne nwanyị biko ni ọ dị mkpa dịshi ike. Ụmụ nwanyị anyị nọ na diaspora na-emezi ka ndị obodo oyibo. Ana m anụ ihe a na-ekwu. Ha na-achọzi inwe ịdị independent. Onye jụrụ, I'm a victim of so many of them. Onye gị na ya kwuru okwu ya sa ya aya chọrọ space. What is independent? Nwaanyị jewezie chọrọ ije Dubai. Ije ọrụ ya nọ na airport kpọọ gị na ya nọ na on the way to Dubai. Ị ga-eme gịnị as nwoke? That was the reason why ndị onye nọ ebe ha no dey stay for marriage. All independent. Nwoke na nwaanyị adịghị equal. Chineke kere mmadụ niile. Nwaanyị suppose ịdị submissive under nwoke. But ụmụ nwaanyị anyị na abroad, biko onye nwee nwa ọ nwanne na abroad, biko dọọ ya aka na ntị, because asị achụọ ego ojii oge during the day ka ọ hapụ inwe problem n'abalị. Biko, that is what I want to contribute, because I'm a victim. Ahụgo so many of them. They want to be independent, especially ndị side anyị. Ha chọrọ ịdị independent, imitating ndị obodo oyibo. That's what I want to say. Udo dịrị unu.
No problem. That one will open kupu. You know, when there is a culture or law that checkmate things, people will adjust by force. Understand? So that one will put us in our culture and our law. When Biafra is restored finally and our sovereign and our territory taking control of, you see all these stupid people, it will bring their head will come down as in by force, because he dare not do such thing now. He might figure it now. Understand? He might figure it if because before in the olden days, what I told her name only is CK, but in this time around now, is not all the if I do the man is a normal thing. Understand? But before, when you make the mistake to me or see me book again one if I got bagdigi na telemoya, you much of if I can make Beketa, you have a ordinary things. So these things are the things that when we are well.
And also, okay, boy, Brian, okay, boy, ịtụwa nwaanyị ime mkpuke. Edulu nwaanyị dunye gị nụrụ ya.
Na imagine person ya. Yeah, that is it now. Yeah, and again, no where as source of income. It one on half. In be a government can mandate no ma. Itipu one na half mother. So we go no half work. A gang got 21 years. If for doctors, if a man akupuzime. Ikota.
License, yeah.
And a license goes, but getting another license, he got 21 years imprisonment. Goes because if you're thinking that he gets 21 years imprisonment, you continue with your Akonobag, that thing that he gave you a rare auction always to in your face, Fenaga. So all those things, only I got water in place, people will now be cautioned. Understand? There'll be more in
Brian.
Yes.
Maka na anyị bidoro ikwu okwu nwa nwere ihe nlụtali, and achọrọ m isi ọnụ unu be anyị maka ndị anaghị asụ anụ ihe anyị na-ekwu. Maka ụmụaka nwere pattern notice kwatu ebe ụfọdụ asịrị na ha wụ ndị na-enete ndị ọfa n'anya, na ha wụ ndị na-enete kirikiri ụmụazị anya, na ha wụ ụfọdụ nursery school sochezikwu n'ime ịghọtago nche wee wụrụ ndị gbakọrọ aka wee na-ele ha ụmụ anyị, na-elezi ụmụazị ele. Ọ na-emekwa n'obodo oyibo, so anyị achọrọ ka o mekwa na be anyị o. So ịbụkwanụ ndị na-asị na ha wụ ndị na ịwụ ndị na ịkpọ onwe organization of orphanages. Kedu afọ nwere ebe a na-akpọ
N'oge mbụ na mgbe gboo na mgbe these orphanage homes adịrị emezis na be ebe ọ na enwe ụmụazị dịka anya na ụlọ nchekwaba ndị sista convent missionaries bụ ị na-take care of them ebe a ka a na-enwe those things ada enwe crowd of it so now people are
security adịkwa okwuzi ebe ahụ sef.
people now have
Ụwa anyị nọ n'ime ghasakala aghasa. So a ata ama ka a esi dozie na USB.
yeah, I get those of my because people now using it as avenue to source for money. So this and everybody can just wake up and open his or her own. Ego KG Asho. So these are the things that we're going to put an end to.
Ọ bụdịrị nọọsụ ego Brian, ọ bụdịrị nọọsụ ego kwe na-eji n'ihe a na-ekwuzi okwu ya na ndị ọzọzi ndị omekome ndị na-achọso ụmụazị na-esite n'aka ndị enwasị na ha wụ organization of ndị na-elekọta ụmụazị anya were abịazi egolu ụmụazị achịkọziala ụmụazị ejibezi obodo mmadụ amara wezelube melivesa ụfọdụ ka eji agwọla ọgwụ ụfọdụ ka eji amịla ọbara wee dozie onwe and so on. So ndị gọọmenti anyị anya ka anyị kwuru na-enyekwa anya na nke onye ọ na-asịkwa na ya ahụ home of orphanage ma ọkwa na ndị na-eneta kịrịkịrị ụmụazị anya na-eje skuul ụmụazị amara ekwu okwu iluzi ebe anwa n'ụfọdụ obodo etinyechala okpuru ana na okpuru skuulu dị iche iche nwata nne na nna dowezi ụmụ ha ka ha jebe ebe a na-eje akwụkwọ ndị omekomewu ndị nkụzi kwutuwu ejezie size n'okpuru ana wee duru ụmụazị ozu jezie ebe parents aghara ama ịghọtago atụrụ unu na ana m ekuzi na ịchafụ na
Yeah, we understand. We understand.
so wee na-agwa ndị gọọmenti anyị ka unu malụ ka unu esi wee mee ibe
President, no vessel, I beg. I want to beg for your permission. I want to hit through. I want to get something. I beg. Later.
Okay. So ka ndị gọọmenti anyị malụ ka ha esi mee this thing ka onye si na ya wokwa ọganizeshọn ndị ụmụazị ndị nke a unu malụ ka unu esi wee mie ka ihe na-eme n'obodo ndị ọzọ ghara imewe ebe anyị ụmụaka anyị we have to really wepụtalụ ha anya nye ha the maximum nchekwa ya enye ha ma ndị na-eje akwụkwọ n'imebe ndị aka eluodi ụfọdụ na-ebido from arịta wee gbagowe luo aro na bifo ha abaza parent school ụfọdụ bụ ndị nne na nna ha nwụrụ anwụ ma na-edowebe n'ụlọ ọnụnwa a na-akpọ ihenwa kpọrọ ya chọọ m ị na-akpọsi ike ma na-edowezi ụmụazị ebe ahụ ndị omekomewu ndị so ụmụazị kaba na-achọ instead of iche okenye ibebe ịghọtago ha jezie ndị duru ụmụazị from des ọwụzalụ biznes kwazi ọkwa alụ ka ibe ahụ so ka gọọmenti anyị maa ka ha esi nebanye anya n'ibe could something like this ka ọ ghara ime na be anyị ịghọtago ahụhụ na aya asị oke asị mmadụ na-enyeghị nwa gọọmenti ya ma ka anyị esi na-eje netekwa nwa anwa enyere particular family addition na family enyere nwa nwe nwere nne na nna na that family na-eneta nwa anwa anya because ahụkwa bịa nyechefe ụfọdụ family dị iche iche ha lukwa ebe ahụ family etinyere na ya mewekwa ha ajọ ife ịghọtago so ana m agwa ndị gọọmenti anyị unu mmadụ ka esi na-ebanye something like this anya maka ọ na-emeri nne n'obodo ndị ọcha ọ na-emebi ihe anyị chọrọ ịfụkwa something like this na be anyị ịghọtago ewelu nwa nwere nne na nna nye family anyị emeriri ewe that na gọọmenti ya na-enejelukwa nwa ahụ anya adịshọn na family ahụ na-eneta nwa ahụ anya ịghọtago ka ọ ghara ịwụzi from frying pan to fire o kwesịrị from frying pan to plate so na ihe nsị ka nsọ onye n'Igbo and we should be rounding up because this space has been under attack and people are not being able to come up. I don't know why. And my co-host is gone. So I want to bring into conclusion all the things we have discussed because we have discussed a lot of things. We have talked to our government because we've told them our heart desire, and this is why USB is fantastic. Unlike Nigeria, that is a autocratic, terroristic government. Biafra government is a true democratic government. where they will listen to the people. Highest, like our MID said, referendum also will be, will be brought up, and people will vote their hearts before the government takes decisions. So it's fantastic. We are excited with our government. So all of us, we can't wait for our government to be here. And this is also why Biafrans all over the world are voting yes, yes, yes to exit Nigeria. So like we said today, so far, I want to just bring together all the what our brothers and sisters said today before we close the space. We wouldn't want to see wickedness in our government, sheer wickedness, wickedness, it. That was why we were talking about, making sure our government make good use of the rule Chukwu Okike Abiyama even gave us at the very beginning. And those rules, he also wrote it in our hearts. That's why you're able to do something, or you are doing something and something will be telling you, this thing you're doing is not right. This thing you're doing is right. So, you understand? So those rules, God-given rules, Chukwu Okike gave us, is also written in our hearts. And we also pray that our government will also make use of it. And when we're making use of it, that's where sheer wickedness, you will not see it in our government. Where you can't do something, another person can do it. You go around and block it. Why won't it be you? That kind of attitude, we don't want to see it in our USB. So like one of our brothers said, therefore, at the end of the day, when our USB comes, a lot of us will go into reorientation to straighten up the way we reason, the way we think, and the way we do our things. We also need even simple education also. And like we were saying, even moral instructions will be, put into our school system so that our people will learn morals. I gave us an example before. So like one of our brothers said, that USB will clean our tears finally. USB will clean our tears because we have suffered a lot. And one of our brothers said there won't be any communal fights. But MID said this. There won't be any communal fights. Where communities are fighting over borderland, or over a land, he said that our government can bring up a plan where that particular land or that area, they can construct a railway there that will help the transportation of the two communities that were fighting, thereby adding to their values or to their environment. And so they will stop the fighting because good transportation there will minimize, will improve communication. Will improve transportation instead. Because he made a very nice point there. Or maybe that land will be used for an airport. Maybe a local airport or international airport. So, and this will stop the fighting between the two communities. And when you have built an international airport or local airport, that will improve. Will um will improve economic or economic communities. Even improve businesses. People that are doing export and importation, it will improve people's businesses, and that will stop the fighting there. There will be peace there. So, and that system is so fantastic. I hope I'm able to, you know, say it well the way our MID explained it to us. So, so with that, there won't be fighting among communities over land. You know, another thing we learned today is that our children in school on holiday like this, mini jobs, they should be able to get some mini jobs to help them. Instead of them roaming around the street and doing awful things, they get themselves busy. After school, we also have after school teachings or something. After school, So that also will also help. Mini jobs will help you do some savings. By the time school is on again, you have a lot of money to help yourself. You know, so it makes our youth busy, up and doing, and smart. We were talking about that in our USB, we want to see our population increase a bit because Nigeria have dealt with us. They have massacred Biafrans. They have annihilated Biafrans. From 1967 till now, well over 12 million Biafrans been killed because of Nigeria, because of leaving Nigeria one. And so because of that, we would love to see USB at least increase in population. So we were discussing so many ways our government can help us, direct or indirectly, increase the population of Biafrans. You know, because we can see China before. Some people were laughing at China. There are too many. They will die of hunger. No, no, no. They are using it now, building industries. Cultivation or cultivating land, and they are doing well. They are not dying of hunger after all. Then imagine we that have so many mineral resources, crops, we will have to still have to get to and develop and discover and get it to different types of products. you know so we need labor, we need people, and we'll start from home. And I don't mind from Uno, where could we so so we were even discussing on incentives given to mothers. The more they have more kids, particular incentive given to them to encourage them to have more children. And we were also talking about how our people will also marry our people. And we also talk about Afonjaz, our people that are married to Afonjaz. You know, would we want to see them in Biafran armed forces? And that one was also discussed. And what I understood today was a local level, knowing the children is okay, but on the more higher level of armed forces or leadership generally, we don't want to see them all. you know, we want to see 100% Biafran in our parliament, in our governor, in our administrators, in our, you know, even the head of sheriff should be 100% Biafran. Yeah, because you understand? Because this mixed breed, their father were Fulani, their father were Afonjaz, and we can see all these sabos among us because they are mixed breed. You see their characters different from your own and my own and our children's own. So I will discuss that our government will look into it and know how to solve that problem so that we won't go back to square one where we're coming from, because over a century these people created a problem to on us or to us, and this is the problem we've been and trying to solve. We want to tomorrow see ourselves back in the same problem. Biafrans, you can go, but